bro. Let's do it. It's about to really go down.
Loghain, my
It's
decision
going
is
down.
final. I will stand by the Grey Wardens in this assault.
You risk too much, Kalen. The Darkspawn Horde is too dangerous for you to be playing hero on the front lines.
If that's the case, perhaps we should wait for the Orlesian forces to join us after all.
I must repeat my protest to your fool notion that we need the Orlesians to defend ourselves.
It is not a fool notion. Our arguments with the Orlesians are a thing of the past, and you will remember who is king.
How fortunate Marek did not live to see his son ready to hand Ferelden over to those who enslaved us for a century.
Then our current forces will have to suffice, won't they? Duncan, are your men ready for battle?
They are, Your Majesty.
And this is the lady from Highever I met earlier? I understand congratulations are in order. Every Grey Warden is needed now. You should be honored to join their ranks.
Your fascination with glory and legends will be your undoing.
What is going to be its undoing? It's a traitor.
Attend to reality.
Fine. Speak your strategy. The Grey Wardens and I draw the Darkspawn into charging our lines, and then?
You will alert the tower to light the beacon, signaling my men to charge from cover.
To flank the Darkspawn, I remember. This is the Tower of Ishal in the ruins, yes? Well, who shall light this beacon?
I have a few men stationed there. It's not a dangerous task, but
he knows damn well. The whole tower is full of Darkspawn. He's just been keeping that to himself.
Alistair and the new Grey Warden to make sure it's done.
We need the beacon. Without it, Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
Yeah, okay.
You see? Glory for everyone.
You rely on these Grey Wardens.
Maybe an easy way to get rid of the Wardens.
Truly wise.
That's what this thing's thinking.
Enough of your conspiracy theories, Loghain. Grey Wardens battle the Blight no matter where they're from.
Your Majesty, you should consider the possibility of the Archdemon appearing.
There have been no signs of any dragons in the wilds.
Isn't that what your men are here for, Duncan?
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your Majesty, the tower and its beacon are unnecessary. The
We
Circle
will
of
not
Magi...
trust any lives to your spells, Mage. Save them for the Darkspawn.
Enough. This plan will suffice.
Here comes
the Grey
beef
Wardens
jerky
will
lips.
light the beacon.
Beef jerky
Thank you,
lip,
Loghain.
bitch.
I cannot wait for that glorious moment. The Grey Wardens battle beside the King of Ferelden to stem the tide of evil.
Yes, Kalen. A glorious moment for us all.
You heard the plan. You and Alistair will go to the Tower of Ishal and ensure the beacon is lit.
What? I won't be in the battle.
This is by the King's personal request, Alistair. If the beacon is not lit, Tern Loghain's men won't know when to charge.
So he needs 2 Grey Wardens standing up there holding the torch, just in case, right?
That is not your choice. If King Kalen wishes Grey Wardens to ensure the beacon is lit, then Grey Wardens will be there. We must do whatever it takes to destroy the Darkspawn, exciting or no.
I get it, I get it. Just so you know, if the king ever asks me to put on a dress and dance to Remigold, I'm drawing the line. Darkspawn or no.
Take a stand. I'd like to see that.
For you, maybe. But it has to be a pretty dress.
Stop it.
The tower is on the other side of the gorge from the king's camp, the way we came when we arrived. You'll need to cross the gorge and head through the gate and up to the tower entrance. From the top, you'll overlook the entire valley. We will signal you when the time is right. Alistair will know what to look for. Then I must join the others. From here, you two are on your own. Remember, you are both Grey Wardens. I expect you to be worthy of that title.
Duncan, may the Maker watch over you.
May he watch over us all.
It'll keep shield cover for right now. I don't take that other thing until the attack penalty is... It's not reduced, it's taken away altogether, actually. At least from what I've seen of the stats. Poor puppy bro, man. You can use a damn acid flask? No way. Nah, hell no. I mean, your dog has no skills. Like, imagine your dog just chunking some acid flask anytime he feels like it. Oh yeah, it kind of just never really gets old, does it? This is a pretty solid scene back in the day, man. I think it still is. I think it holds up to the test in time. Yeah, maybe the graphics aren't there, but the art is. The art is, and the cinematics, you know? Once again, I'd still like to see a remaster of this. With all the depth that the Unreal Engine can bring. You know what I'm saying? That would be cool. I've always said I'd like to see this remastered on the Unreal Engine.
The blight ends here.
But with Dragon Age 2 gameplay and combat. Meaning the same skills, same tactics, same everything. Although Dragon Age 2 did the tactics thing a little bit better. They covered some things that Origins missed. Not a criticism, just, you know, I mean, it was their second go at it, and they improved it a little bit. But like the hordes that you're fighting right here, Dragon Age 2 was closer to that. You actually fight hordes. Like, you literally fight hordes of shit. Darkspawn, bandits, raiders, thugs, assassins, blood mages, you know, and all this type of shit, right? Can you imagine getting in there with a two-handed sword at 1,000 miles an hour and just cutting everything in half? Like, just torsos and shit flying, like, just like Dragon Age 2 was. But in this game, in this setting, keeping everything else the same. You just balance the combat with attack speed and damage mitigation. It's just you just recrunch the numbers, but then do it with an Unreal Engine graphics upgrade. But all the art stays the same, like they did with Oblivion Remaster. Imagine if all the art stayed the same, but you had ray tracing, particle effects, depth, glow, definition on everything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, this would be some killer shit. If it was remastered, you know what? I want the same studio that remastered Oblivion to remaster this and stay true to it. But I personally feel like a gameplay upgrade needs to happen. You know, maybe it doesn't have to be Dragon Age 2. Something else that would be really cool would be Kingdoms of Amalur. You ever played Kingdoms of Amalur? Seen the combat in that? That's the only thing that's really like fun in the game. It's just all the cool shit you can do, and the skills aren't that different. It's just the animations are the animation and the speed and the reaction. It's just it's on point. It's really on point.
Let's cross the bridge and get to the town.
Dragon Age 2 would work. Dragon's Dogma would work as a combat. As far as the gameplay goes, Dragon's Dogma would be amazing. You know, where big, heavy, two-handed weapons, they have the same thing, but the animations give everything weight. Like when you hit the ground, you know, like shit pops up out of the ground. You know, you hit the ground with like a 500-pound hammer, and you create like a meteor strike on the ground. Like, you know, the dirt just, you know what I'm saying? Like, just really, really cool shit. Making the gameplay more fun doesn't change or take away from the game. It just adds to the game. And that's one thing. Origins is like just heavily disguised turn-based, in my opinion. Which, I mean, for whatever that is. Some people are turn-based fans, so they like it even more because it's just action-y enough for them. And I would say, okay, that's fair. But to me, I want this shit to be a lot of enemies and real brutal. Like extra, extra brutal, you know what I mean?
How about you? There.
Look like pinwheels down there. Hey, it's something worth looking at. If you've not played it, it's actually worth playing too. You can probably get it for little or nothing. It's an amazing game. It's just legal issues and things got in the way. Do we get to keep Dog as like an extra? No way. Dog is a 5th party member? No. What? Now that can't be right. I guess we're only going to get like, well, I hope we at least get the mage. You know, if we get to keep the mage can actually make some health poultices. Yeah, if you've never seen or played Kingdoms of Amalur, and if you like games like this, yeah, if you like games like this, I would think you would love it, man. It's fantastic. One of the tower folk. Okay, I kind of figured. I don't remember getting to go roll with 5 people. I mean, if Dog was like Dragon Age 2 and Dog didn't have any like settings, you know, Dog was just
you're
Dog.
Grey Wardens, aren't you? The tower, it's been taken.
What are you talking about, man? Taken how?
The Darkspawn came up through the lower chambers. They're everywhere. Most of our men are dead.
So who runs?
Then we have to get to the beacon and light it ourselves.
No, we get the mage. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, well, that works for me. You know, this guy can actually make potions, too? Let's see. I gotta watch these, right?
On them!
Hey, what's going on? Hope everyone's doing gods. I mean, I'm doing good, but I'm not doing god level good. I don't know. Maybe it is god level good. Doing all right. Sorry, just being sarcastic. Oh, hey, by the way, Ariel, I think you said something about it, but I didn't know what you meant. And then I saw it. But, oh, from the merchant. The merchant, he sells them for, like, super, super cheap. He sells them for, like, a silver or something, or a silver and 10 copper or something like that. They're like, I think somebody sells them, like, for just a silver piece, or 90 copper somewhere, maybe. I'm not really sure, but, like, for the most part, that's about as cheap as you're going to get them. So I just load up now, and I just measure out exactly how many I'm going to need. So if I'm going to make like 2 stacks of heals and 1 stack of lyrium potions, or actually, let's see, how many do I have? Okay, so probably 3 stacks of heals and 1 stack of lyrium potions. The gold, I sold a mace. It's a reward you get for finishing Golems of Amgarak on Nightmare. Although I think you can. What's the one right under Nightmare? I've never played that, but I know there's a difficulty right under Nightmare. I just always played it on Nightmare. Anyway, finish Golems of Amgarak on one of the top 2 difficulties. And there's a mace and a belt that I've got right here. That belt right there, which I could sell this belt for. I think for about 300 sovereigns too, but I won't, because like if I'm playing a mage, it's perfect, and I'm going to give this to Morgan, and I'm making Morgan a blood mage. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Short story, just DLC loot. And there's also a amulet I think you can get, but you have to get the achievement, and it's finding all the hidden codex, and I missed 1 or 2 of them. And I don't think I wasn't following a guide. I was just doing it on my own, and I got enough to get those 2 items. But there's 1 other item. The belt is for a mage, the mace is for a warrior, and there's an amulet or a ring on a chain, which is an amulet, something like that, for a rogue. I don't remember what the stats are on it, but I mean, if I had that and I didn't want to use it, I could probably sell that for something. I don't really know. Anyway, if I'd have got that, I would have got the achievement for it too. No, I did that a long time ago. I've had this stuff forever. I mean, I didn't like go do that and then go do this. I've been playing this game for like 18 years or 17 years or something. No, that was gotten whenever, I don't know, years ago or something. I just have it. Anyway. So just selling that mace. The mace sells for like 300 something sovereigns. I think there's a merchant much later that you can sell it to like for like something like 350 or something. Maybe it's if you're playing a dwarf. It might be Gorim if you're playing a dwarf. I think he gives you even more money for it if you sell it to him or something. Oh, I see. Well, okay, well then you know, then. If you know, you know. You know more than I do.
Do this.
Alright, let's see, stealth any. See, neither of these 2 are any good. What do we have? Got weakness. Weakness and paralyze. Okay, let me see something real quick. Weakness and paralyze. All the time. So lead or higher. Okay, so... Okay. Alright, cool.
Do that.
Tracking them. Oh god, man. I don't. I want to say I played that, but I don't have anybody that has that. So if that's something you have to go get in a playthrough specifically, actually, you know what? I think I played that on PlayStation. I don't even think I own that on Xbox. Leliana's song, and I don't think I own Morgan's thing. She's got a DLC too. Witch Hunt, I think it's called, or something. I think I played that on PS3. I've got more trophies on PS3 than I have achievements on Xbox. I like the way it plays better on Xbox, and I've got an Xbox. And if I did have a PlayStation, I couldn't play backwards compatible anyway. I would need a PS3 to do it. So I remember fiddling around with that years and years and years ago. I don't remember really anything about it. And if I do have something, it's on PlayStation anyway, so I don't have it here. But I did run Golems of Amgaratsk specifically because somebody said I couldn't. It was really the only reason I went and did it. And then I found some items that just gave me a shit ton of gold, and I'm like, well, that helps. That's pretty cool. So there you go.
Got it. Get to the ladder so you can get on. Can I get you a Got it. This'll be fun. Breaking a sweat already.
I believe either I've got the platinum for the base game, or real close. Just about everything done. Maybe not everything done, but almost everything done. Like, went and did, like, you know, started different characters just to get, like, a certain achievement, like a romance thing, or a something, and then reloaded, and then I think I got, like, all the endings, all the possible endings, and that's one of the hardest ones, because you gotta play, like, the last quarter of the game over and over again, like, 5 or 6 different times just to get that, you know, that type of stuff. I know I did a lot of things like that on PlayStation. I'm pretty sure I was on a Dragon Age Origins groove, because at the time I had boycotted Xbox because of the original Xbox One. I boycotted Xbox. I literally took everything Xbox that I had related when the Xbox One came out and turned it in. I mean everything. I'm talking about power bricks, connectors, cables, controllers, every game I had, the Xbox 360 that I had at the time, extra controllers. Let's see, did I say that? I don't know. And just anything Xbox related that I collected over the years, and I went and turned it in. And what I was able to do was get a refurbished PS3, some money on the PlayStation Network credits. You know, like Microsoft points. Same thing. It's just PlayStation version of that. Got a couple games on PlayStation and paid for my PS4, but they just didn't have it yet. But I paid for it. So literally, I got a PS4 paid for. I got some games for my PS3. I got a refurbished PS3. I think an extra controller and a couple games and some PSN points, and still had just a little bit left over on my trade-in value. That's how much Xbox shit I had. It was actually 2 boxes full of shit. And I got max value on all of it because I turned it in right when the Xbox One was coming out. So 360 was still relevant, right? And yeah, so I was on PS3/PS4. I think I did quite a few videos around that time on YouTube. I've got a couple thousand videos, or at least 1,000 videos, 1,000 something. And a lot of them were done on, I believe my Dragon Age Origins Let's Play, that was done on PlayStation. It was around that time. And yeah, I didn't have anything Xbox related, and I just completely boycotted Xbox. Now, when they came out with the Xbox One X, I got one of those, and it was a good system. It was as good as the PS4. But the original Xbox One, I don't know if you all remember, it was an Xbox 361 that you just paid a whole lot more for, and it couldn't even do what a 360 did. In some ways, it was that much of a piece of shit. And every game that came out that was supposed to be next gen for it wouldn't even play on their own system. I think what was it? Black Ops Ghosts? Was it Ghosts? Came out. It wasn't 1080. It was 720. 720. There was 1080 games on. There was 1080 games on the 360, but it was a 720 game. And it couldn't run at 45 frames per second without crashing for everybody. Do y'all remember that? Yeah, see, fuck the original Xbox One. It's like the phone scam. I have the iPhone 30, but I'm gonna sell you the iPhone 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna sell you 29 other iPhones to get to the point of getting the iPhone that's actually available to you right now. I'm just gonna sell you, 20, 30 other versions first, to make you pay thousands and thousands. And that's all the Xbox One. It was that type of scam. It was a piece of shit. That's a fact. All you had to do was just go look at the specs on it. And like, what the fuck is this? What are the specs on this? The specs on it were about the equivalent of a PS3. And in some ways, it wasn't even that. Isn't that crazy? That's what happened, though. I remember it fully. I'll only play a game on PC, but I don't have anything set up to stream on PC. So if I ever take any time on a PC game, it's got to be like gamepad compatible. So like Elder Scrolls and Fallout were really good about that. They're really easy to mod, and they're fun to play with the gamepad. And if you have a decent laptop or computer, then, you can make them look pretty nice and stuff without any real problems. That's as far as that ever went. But as far as just like playing on PC, setting up for PC, a lot of the games, are keyboard mouse. Like any Dragon Age game. Dude, any gamepad thing that you have, it doesn't work. It'd be better that you just played keyboard mouse. Puppy Bro's killing shit, isn't he?
Just for me, the Reaper! That's right, come on! Now better later. Focus!
Oh, it's a pretty good setup. I don't know. I wouldn't be adverse to recommending the tactics setup we have here because everybody's doing their job. Like nobody's just getting wiped. Like that's a nasty one there because sometimes that elite dude will come down and just wreck everybody, right?
That about wraps it up.
Might as well use them. Since we got it, might as well use them, right? Nice. I got a 360 for 2 reasons. I wanted to try the original Dragon Age 2, like default Dragon Age 2. Maybe one day, just for shits and giggles, we'll like delete all the updates and then unplug it, you know, take it offline, and then I just don't know if there's a version. I don't know if the disc version I have is the original disc version, but if it's the original disc version and we install it, you can max level like you can in Origins. I don't think that ever should have been taken out of the game because it's just a fun factor. It's something you can do for shits and giggles. The game scales with you. It's not like you make the game easier. You actually make it harder in some ways. So, like, I don't know. It'd be cool to do that maybe one day too, but I really want to play the Mass Effect trilogy the way it was supposed to be played. I'm gonna romance Ogren? No. Probably not gonna romance anybody. Maybe Liliana or something. Sometimes I romance Liliana just by accident. I don't mean to, I just do.
They just crop up everywhere, don't they?
I just don't want to get set on fire.
Strike at me if you dare.
There's so many! Hunt them down!
Wow, how far did this dude get to run forever? He gets to run forever. He literally gets to run forever.
Alright. Let's see some blood.
You got to run forever. And I think Puppy Bro just ate like all of those. Gonna become the new king. Oh, really? Oh, I don't. Hey, Gemini, what's going on? That's nice to. I appreciate you all in here chatting. Hey, look, man, I don't really ever say this, but I just thought about it. If y'all want to like the stream, I mean, if you're here chatting and we're having a good time, like the stream. It doesn't cost anything. It'd just be nice. If there's only 10 of us and we get 10 likes, then that means that, hey, man, at least maybe we're doing something right. I don't know. I normally don't even think about that. Just thought about it for a second. If somebody wants to take a second, if you haven't already, if you have, either way, it doesn't matter. That's not an obligation. I don't beg for that, but on the same token, it does help. It apparently helps more than maybe it did like way back in the day. So anyway. I know there's a shit ton of opportunity. There's a shit ton of branches when it comes to like who and what and who leads or who, you know, jointly leads or the other one leads or one gets exiled, the other one doesn't. That, you know, just, yeah, there's all kinds of different options. I enjoyed Fable 2. I'm not going to really say anything for Fable 3 because that's when they fell off the horse. I'm not saying Fable 3 sucks, but I'm not going to say it's good either. They missed everything that they did right. They didn't do anything right in Fable 3 that they did right in Fable 2 is the one I'm going to talk on. Fable 1, not really familiar with it. But I thought Fable 2 was a work of art. It's just a work of art. It's just the storytelling, the music, the animations, the everything. It just goes together. It's like kind of like an adult children's storybook come to life, you know? And it's just unique. And it's fun. It's a good adventure. It's a great story. It's not, yeah, it's just, I don't know. So I really enjoyed 2. I was a Fable 2 fan. Most definitely. Definitely Fable 2 fan. Still am. I've got it. And you can play it on backwards compatibility. We did that. We made a stream out of it. We played through the game. Just for nostalgia. And we had a lot of fun with it, actually. It was as good as I remembered it.
I'll get on it. Alright. I'll get you a ladder so you can get off my back.
Usually this mage that I have with us, at this point, gets knocked out 3 or 4 times. It did, and the DLC didn't really add much to it, did they? I mean, the DLC, one of the DLCs I remember added some items. It added like an extra gem or rune slot or whatever. What do they call it? Gems, runes? You know, whatever you put into your sword to vaguely make it, you know, do a little more damage or do a little more of this or do a little more of that or whatever. It didn't make a huge difference, I don't think. Although finding the stuff and collecting the stuff was a lot of fun in the game.
Done now.
Yeah, it just was what it was. And the collectibles, man, once you were done with the collectibles, yeah, the story was relatively short. Without the I mean, it was still a good story. And, you know, there's still some exploring you're going to do. Like, you know, what was it? Bowerstone Lake or whatever that, like, original lake area. Man, you could spend an hour there, you know, just swimming around and just listening to music in the background. And it just had this magical glow to it. A lot of other games don't get that right. They don't get that right. So I think they got it right.
Finished. Now what do you
Thank
want?
God we can unlock all these chests. I hate coming through here, and I'm just like, oh, this XP that I'm missing. I can't have any of this stuff. You know, I actually quit a character right here, and I said, you know what? I want to unlock these chests, and I just went and started a rogue. I just literally deleted my character, and I said, you know what? Fuck this. I want all this stuff, so I'm just gonna go just do that. Seriously, I literally did that.
No end to these blasted things. Alright. It's a good day to die. Now's the day. No end to these blasted things. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Now that's the day. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Alright, alright. Got it. Watch the horror as I rip you apart!
Watch in horror as I rip you apart.
Done. Anything else?
You're You're shit talking while you're kicking their ass. Watching horror as I rip you apart from your front in your own eyeballs. Take that. Oh, man. The gameplay was weak? I couldn't disagree with you more personally. I mean, like, that's yeah, I actually, like, that couldn't be more opposite of the way I feel. Like, if Dragon Age Origins was remastered with Dragon Age 2 gameplay, this would be maybe the best RPG ever made, in my opinion. That gameplay, the combat, the speed, all the tactics, everything working like a machine. Oh, it's ridiculous. It makes this look like Lego men running around raising their arm up and down on each other. So I mean, how does the gameplay suffer? I don't even see how you could say that. I mean like no disrespect, I'm just like, where would you even be coming from saying that? How's the gameplay in Dragon Age 2 weak? It was the most brutal of all the 3 Dragon Age games. And if you say there's 4 Dragon Age games, then, well, we couldn't disagree even more, because Inquisition was only maybe 5. I'll be generous, I'll say 10% Dragon Age, and Failguard had nothing to do with Dragon Age whatsoever. So, how did the best gameplay in the entire Dragon Age series, how is that the weakest? I don't get that. I mean, okay, so like in Dragon Age 2, the animations, in my opinion, are fantastic. I like them. That's why I say they're fantastic, because I really like them. The animations in this game are relatively simple. This is well-disguised turn-based combat. Dragon Age 2 is action fucking, but is it hack and slash? No. The only time you're hacking and slashing with any kind of viscosity or any kind of, like, whatever, is if you have your party set up right. And haste is obviously the game breaker in that, and it's supposed to be because the entire game is a DPS race. Pretty much any RPG is if you break it down to its simplest terms anyway, right? But the animations and the, you know, body parts and the limbs and the torsos flying everywhere. Like, when I go down to the deep roads and I fight like 8 Darkspawn on a bridge, maybe 12 Darkspawn on a bridge, why aren't there like 720 Darkspawn on that bridge? And why can't I cleave through those motherfuckers with my 6-foot sword at 1,000 miles an hour and watch their torsos and legs and shit just flying off the side of the bridge, so their brothers can wonder why their brothers are raining on them, you know, from up above, right? Why can't we have that? In Dragon Age 2, that's what you get, right? In Inquisition, you fight like you're stuck in concrete with cement boots on, while covered in tar and feathers. And if you have any kind of speed, it makes you just less slow. You're still slow. You're just a little bit less slow. And your animations fucking suck. And if you do use haste with the, the necromancer tree, do you know what it makes everybody do? It makes everybody stop. That's haste. It makes everybody stop. Now, haste and momentum and stuff is cool. It's a cool concept here. In Dragon Age 2, it plays out. You literally zip around like a hamster on crack, and you beat the shit out of things that can two-shot you. So if you don't two-shot them first, they probably two-shot you. I don't. How is that weak? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Maker's breath. What are these Darkspawn doing ahead of the rest of the Horde? There
And I
wasn't
believe-
supposed to be any resistance here.
Oh, Inquisition, all it was Dragon Age's version of Skyrim. Let's just take all the RPG elements out of the game and make it an action game. And just make it way too fucking big so you don't even know why you're even bothering to do half that shit. That's all it was. And that's all it still is today. Love it or hate it, that one point. The exact same thing that made Inquisition suck, in my opinion, is the exact same thing that made Kingdoms of Amalur bad. Where it should have been amazing in every sense of the word. That one particular thing, way too fucking big, and just way too many excuses to just get trolled constantly by being attacked every 2 seconds because there's nothing else to do in a big-ass empty area, and it's one of 5,000 big-ass empty areas. Annoying. You're just making up shit just to fill the void. No, just don't create a void in the first place, and you don't need content to fill it. Just make a story that's streamlined. The Dragon Age 2 has that. I would say Origins has it too. Remember, Origins is not really any bigger than Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2 just reused a bunch of assets. Okay, maybe they reused assets in areas like Hightown, daytime, Hightown, nighttime, Lowtown, daytime, Lowtown, nighttime. Let's see, Darktown, daytime, same nighttime. Let's see, Hangman, daytime, nighttime, but that's just like a tavern, right? Let's see, you had Sundermount, you had the Wounded Coast, you had a few other intermediate areas that looked similar to other stuff. What else? I'm missing something here. Oh, you had the docks, then the docks at nighttime, then you had the gallows, then you had the Circle Tower itself, eventually. And you had the Fate area, which wasn't near as big as the Origins Fate area, obviously. It was basically just a Fate version of the Gallows, basically, right? But that's like those areas, and we don't even talk about like other caves and other, certain stuff, and like a lot of the underground and boss lairs at nighttime. And there's 9 different boss lairs throughout the game, which add like different context. In Origins, you have Denerim, You have Redcliffe. You have Ostagar. Dinner, Redcliffe, Ostagar, Lothering. I guess you could count that, right? And some intermediary ambush areas between these areas, you know, and the deep roads, Orzammar and the deep roads, right? So I mean, it's not like they're not that comparable. And I would say the dialogue, voice acting, relationships, personalities, character developments in Dragon Age 2 were easily on par with Origins. I don't think they were better or worse necessarily. It's just different characters, same shit. Right? So yeah, I don't know. Inquisition broke all those molds. They got rid of the art, they got rid of the real storytelling, they got rid of the fun combat, they got rid of tactics, they got rid of blood magic. Remember, the entire game is based on blood magic. Deep Roads, yeah, Deep Roads, Dead Trenches, and all the different parts. I'm not saying Origins wasn't bigger. They also had 10 years to develop Origins. They developed Dragon Age 2 in 11 months. That's not an excuse, but it is a reason that Dragon Age 2 didn't have some other things. Remember, there was 2 DLCs that were canceled in Dragon Age 2. There was going to be an entire thing with Isabella. There was going to be an entire DLC planned with Isabella involving ships and probably Antiva. And who knows, maybe even Zevran gets, you know, a cameo on that too or something like that, right? But yeah, you had that was abandoned. And then there was another DLC too, and I forget what it was. And remember, the DLCs in Dragon Age 2, like the one with Corypheus is easily as big as the one with Awakening, as far as just game area and stuff that it offers and so on and so forth, and lore and things like that. So as far as that goes, yeah. So anyway, just comparative, I think they're on par. You know, just Inquisition was the one that just fell off. How the fuck do you take blood magic out of a game where the entire game is based on blood magic? You know, the Darkspawn are a result of blood magic. Old gods, these archdemons, that's a result of blood magic. Like this is it's like the thing used to create shit like archdemons and Darkspawn and stuff. It's blood magic. It's all literally essentially the same thing. Demonically inspired. It's not good. They say blood magic is just a tool. Bullshit. It's a tool with a will of its own. Remember, lyrium is a living thing. Red lyrium is a living thing. Lyrium is living magic. Red lyrium is living blood magic. That's a fact. So all the Darkspawn and all the blood mages and all the spiritual corruption and all this bullshit and the sundering of the world from the spiritual world and this creation of this purgatory fade in between where everything's lost, 80% of everything is lost on this side and 80% of everything is lost on this side. I can prove that, by the way. If anybody wants to just go play, well, I mean, you can see a bit of it in Origins. Actually, the Brazilian Forest, you can see a bit of it. But in Dragon Age 2, it's like really, really evident. And the best place to go is Sundermount. If you go to Sundermount, do you know what you see in the mountain? You see the tops of towers sticking out. Those aren't walls and whatever built. No, the mountain erupted. Now, this is originally Tevinter. When you go to Sundermount, you're on the site of what was probably a huge city in an empire that spanned the entire globe. But what do you find in Sundermount? You find a mountain that's erupted. Now, within this mountain, you can find caves. You know what some of these caves were? They were the tops of towers. Tops of towers on a city that used to be here. What happened? The world got ripped like this. And so oceans were created, abyss was created, mountains were created, and things like this. It's kind of like pulling dough apart. When you pull dough apart like this, there's not a clean cut. It's jagged. That's what it looks like. That's what Solus did. He tore the spiritual world from the real world. And the veil is basically keeping these things separate. Now, past the spiritual world is the abyss. You could also say, essentially, past the natural world Maybe that's where they kind of meet, but whatever, right? No, I'd say probably past the natural world, somewhere beneath that is something that's like that a void called the abyss, and they actually call it the void. And then somewhere past the fade is somewhere where you can be ascended and you can be actually raised up, and that's probably Dragon Age's version of heaven. But anyway, the way Solus made this shit is that it was torn apart. Now, if you go into Inquisition and you go play Trespasser, you have to start frog jumping from one place to another, and you have little islands, and it shows like a library, and the library is missing like 90% of the library. It was lost. When the world was torn apart, the same shit that was lost in the real world was also lost in the spiritual world too. All the combined elven knowledge, 70-80% of it just gone. Just, you have as much a void there as you do if you look down into a chasm in the deep roads. In the real world, you can go up into the Fade and you see islands. You see it in Dragon Age Origins, you see islands. That used to be a whole thing. The spiritual world and the natural world used to be one thing. But when you do this, you pull them apart, you got 20% here in one hand, you got 20% here in the other hand. This is the natural world, this is the Fade, and then everything else just gets lost, and it's gone forever. And that's the world that you're actually in now. That's what the game tells. But all of that, essentially, both the cause and effect, were done with blood magic. So in Inquisition, you just take out blood magic. How the fuck do you take out the entire point of the entire story, the entire foundation of the whole story? Dragon Age has no lore without blood magic, because it's literally the cause of essentially every evil thing. And it's 99% bad. They're always trying to kill you. So there you go. And so you just take out that, and what are you left with? Some weepy, woke, fucking virtue signaling bullshit that kind of looks like some co-op game with a bunch of different characters doing some, I don't know, not League of Legends, but one of those small battle arena type games. That's what you're left with no story and no anything, no substance, no value whatsoever. That's what it became. And BioWare's gone now, so there is no BioWare to resurrect this shit and make it worthwhile. About the only thing you could hope for is somehow somebody sees fit to remaster the first two games. You could remake Inquisition, but you'd have to make it after the first two games, and just abandon what it is. You just have to abandon it and make it a Dragon Age game again. Basically, remake it from the ground up. Kind of like Fallout 4. You got to remake it from the ground up to make it worth anything. Because as it is, it's worth absolutely nothing. Yeah, like a Fortnite type thing. There's one where you can play like a big, bulky dude. You can play this skinny chick with a sniper rifle. You can play these different. Some have shields, some have DPS, some have this. You know what I'm talking about? And you've got different maps, and it's you know, it's just a deathmatch type thing. There's a name for it. I don't remember the name of the game. I've never played it. I've watched some of my friends play it before, and it looks fun for what it is. It's more fun to watch than play, in my opinion. So I would just do that. I had a friend, Danosaurus. He was pretty big into that. He liked all the Call of Duties. He liked all those types of games. Any team deathmatch type shit whatsoever. Warzone type stuff. Yeah. I don't know. I thought Mass Effect 3 was Dragon Age 2, in my opinion. It was just a Mass Effect version of Dragon Age 2. Kind of like comparing Fallout 3 and Oblivion was Dragon Age 2 and Mass Effect 3, in my opinion. Mass Effect 3 is the funnest of all three. Like, by 1 million. You can actually build a character. Like, it's actually an RPG. And it's still got all the story. And the original ending of Mass Effect 3 was one of the best endings to any game ever. That's why everybody hated it. And that's a shame on the human race that happened. But so they rewrote it and then made it fucking vanilla and woke as fuck. And that's not how the original ending was intended whatsoever. The original ending was dark, and it was legit. It allowed you to be indoctrinated as a person in the real world based on the decisions you made. Based on every interaction that you either ignored or paid attention to throughout the entire trilogy, you were allowed to actually be indoctrinated. Like, are you possessed? You could actually make that decision and you wouldn't even know it, and that was the crazy thing. You could possibly not even know that you're possessed. You just think you're progressive and liberal. And so all the liberals got offended and they just said, rewrite the ending and make it something that you can understand if you've never played the game at all. And BioWare being woke enough at that point to make something like Dragon Age Inquisition, that's what they did. And that's a shame, because the original ending, the original ending of Mass Effect 3 was one of the greatest works of art ever. It had like 9 layers of depth to it. But it's a shame that that was ignored. Or it was just hated because it was real, I guess. I don't know.
Right, because clearly this is all just a misunderstanding. We'll laugh about this later. At any rate, we need to hurry.
There
we need
was
to get up to the top of the tower and
there was Andromeda, but it wasn't Mass Effect.
Colonel Gain will be waiting for the signal.
Andromeda was not Mass Effect. I mean, it had a couple Mass Effect references, like N7 and this and that and blah blah blah. But the way they made the game, it was impossible the game could not exist according to Mass Effect. Andromeda could not exist. Where they put it in the timeline, it couldn't happen. It couldn't have ever happened because they put it in the Mass Effect 1, 2, 3 timeline. And they even used like some of Liara's, voice messages and things like that to try to give it some legitimacy. And that only made it illegitimate. Like, let's put it this way. If you've got these arcs leaving before a Reaper threat, but they used Reaper tech to figure out where they were going, and then Shepard, who's like literally probably the most in the know. She's a Spectre. She's the most in the know person in the entire universe. She knows shit about the Reapers and who created the Reapers that nobody else knows. But she doesn't know that there's arcs leaving with between 100,000 and 250,000 of every race in the Mass Effect universe. Oh, and by the way, her girlfriend, according to canon, is Liara, who's the Shadow Broker and literally knows every single secret that exists and doesn't make any single mention of any arcs leaving during Mass Effect 1, 2, and 3. Yet, she left voice messages in Andromeda as if she knew about this and was familiar with it. Yet you don't know anything about it as Shepard, even though your fucking girlfriend is a Shadow Broker, and then certain elements of what the Andromeda thing was would have been the first thing that Shepard would have known and that Liara would have known, and you would have just covered that shit up. That would have actually been quests in the game to cover that shit up somehow. But you know what they did to create Andromeda? They used real-time surveillance of the Andromeda galaxy. And this actually led to the Andromeda stories. They used real-time surveillance, and the Reapers knew about it. So when you go over there and you've got these vaults, and it just becomes the vaults. About as senseless as Borderlands. Vaults. What the fuck is that? Who gives a shit? I get more loot from killing a random skag than I do from a fucking vault. Anyway, just as irrelevant. But there's a Reaper noise every time you do something with a vault. Okay, whatever. That's about as close as it gets to Mass Effect. Mass Effect Andromeda, in its own writing, sabotages itself and makes it impossible that it can even exist in a Mass Effect timeline. And the crazier part about it was... if you put Mass Effect Andromeda anywhere else in the timeline, either right before Shepard or right after Mass Effect 3, it works perfectly. They put it in the only... Let's take infinity. And there's this one point in infinity. Infinity past, infinity future. You can put Andromeda anywhere. Infinity. Infinity forever. Any direction. You can make it like a prequel, like this is all a cycle that's even like happened before, billions of years ago. Or you can make it future. After the events of Mass Effect 3. Regardless, the Reapers don't just go away. There's no magic kill button, kill bomb to get rid of the Reapers, no matter what they tell you. The Reapers lie to you the entire time they talk to you on the Citadel, regardless. So the bottom line being, you could easily send these arcs out and make it like a survival arc mission, pre-planned and actually executed after Shepard, so that Shepard in her lifeline would never have known about this. But they put it in Shepard's lifeline. It's the only place it can't work. Is anybody seeing that? They sabotaged themselves, and I guarantee you the writers did it on purpose, because they did a whole bunch of other shit. They took all the Andromeda animations and they put them off on a third party, and the third party just didn't do them, and they just sent back, yeah, pay us. These will work, and they just plugged them in, and so on release, all the animations. You had people with spines that did like an S curve, walking backwards and upside down on the ceiling, and people saying, "Oh my God, I'm so sad," and doing some shit from the movie Smile. And it was just so fucking freaky, weird bullshit. And it was so hacked. It was so broken. And it's impossible that that wasn't done on purpose. It can't not be on purpose. If I was EA, I would have sued the BioWare studio for sabotage. I mean, they were funded, and they made a product that sabotaged EA in a major way, because they dumped millions into that game over shit. How long did we wait for it? Like 10 years, I think. Hold on, I'll be back. But now, on the flip side, though, see, now, I mean, okay, but in my opinion, I don't agree. I say it's, honestly, now that it, you know, once it got fixed, the graphic issues, the facial and animation issues and all that got fixed, the combat and the gameplay and even the story, it's like Inquisition or any of those other games. It's like way too big for itself. It doesn't need to be even 1/10 that big. Like every area that you quest in is like a collectible with full of collectibles, and it's just like, why the fuck am I even doing this? Just don't do the bare minimum, you know. But you keep getting called on to, you know, accept this quest and accept that quest. And if you're like me, if you're in a game, how can you tell a quest, no, I'm not going to do that? Of course you're going to go fucking do it. And then you're just doing it and doing it and doing it. And sometimes they have a story to them, true enough. It's just a lot of side stuff. It's a lot like Inquisition in that regard. But the combat and the gameplay and the leveling systems, do you know they're almost identical to Kingdoms of Amalur? With a difficulty mode that actually matches? Yeah. Yeah, they hired the same people. That did Kingdoms of Amalur, to go put that shit together, and it's amazing. Like, the gameplay and the RPG character build element of it is next level. I mean, maybe it's not like Grim Dawn caliber type thing, but it leans that way. And I would say if you put everything together, there's got to be at least 8 legitimately playable classes, and then you can cross over. You can spend your points this way, and then you can spend your points that way. And you can cross over, and you can actually have, like say you wanted to be like a tank sniper type thing. You got a tanky thing here, and then you got a sniper thing here. And they called them something. They called them, like, I don't know, a profile, I think is what they called them. Yeah, I mean, you could do some really, really cool shit. It had crafting. It had everything that Kingdoms of Amalur had. It was designed by the same person. Other than the UI, it's essentially the same thing. Nothing wrong with that. That was an amazing system.
I'll get you a ladder so you can get off my back.
Anyway. I don't have any thoughts on it. Isn't that something that supposedly some people that left BioWare way back when, that they're like into? And I looked at it, and if it's what I'm thinking it is, it's supposed to be some old BioWare developers, and they're gonna try to make it as close to like a Mass Effect type thing as they can, without getting sued. And from what I saw, if you're going to just try to do that, you're going to create more empty, graphically enhanced fluff bullshit that's not even worth playing. That's what I see. But I could be wrong. I might not even be thinking about the same thing. But if we're thinking about the same thing, then yeah, I don't.
Done now. Are you happy?
I'd have to see a lot on it to even consider even looking at it to play it. Honestly. I love hitting with those. Anyway. The only one that I'm probably going to give even half a look at, but I got a feeling that I'm going to want to throw up when I find out what it actually is. But I'm hoping I'm wrong. I have no reason to think that I'm wrong, but maybe I just am anyway. And that'd be great if I'm wrong. I don't really see being wrong on this one, but let's just say I am. Is the Fable, the upcoming Fable, whatever they're calling it? Are they just calling it just Fable? Just like a complete like restart or whatever? I mean, I've seen the graphics. I've seen this and that. I mean, like that's a dime a dozen now. So that doesn't mean a game's even worth one single fuck. It doesn't. Unreal Engine is always a good sign for gameplay. You know, just as far as, you know, visuals and just moving around and doing shit. Pretty much like any engine works in the Unreal. So I mean, like that's cool. But what is it? Like what's the substance? Oh, you got all this content. Let's put it this way. Let's say you were to say, I've got 100 pounds of free food for you, and I'd be like, come on with it. What is it? It's pork. I don't eat pork. I don't care if you're going to give me 100 pounds of free food. I'm not even going to fucking smell it. I'm going to set that shit on fire. I'm not even going to give it away because I don't want to poison anybody else. If you don't understand what I'm saying, that's fine. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. That's just whatever. But still, for example, content doesn't mean anything. Substance, value. Is it actually worth a shit? Is it anything good? If it's this big and it's worth something, I'd rather have this worth something than this that's complete fucking waste of time, woke dog shit, where they're always throwing in that stuff is, I can't believe you married somebody that's your own race. You should be sucking dicks right now. And if you don't like dicks, then you should be forced to suck dicks. Like, I don't want that in it. That's not content. That's not anything I want in a game. I want to play a game with a story. If it's Fable-oriented, I just got a feeling it's going to be this motherfucking big. You're going to have to go from here to here, and it's going to take 8 hours of gameplay. It's going to take 8 hours of content to go from point A to point B to see the stupid-looking fucking map marker hovering in the air somewhere. But you can turn that off, but then you have no idea where you're fucking going. And, you know, after about an hour of that shit, you don't even care. That's what I'm concerned about. That's what I think it's going to be. If I was going to bet on it, I would bet that that's what it's going to be, but I would hope I lose. See what I'm saying? That's kind of where I'm at on all that bullshit. I don't know. Really just not hyped about it either. I'm hyped about the Fallout 3 remaster because it's being done by the same people that did the Oblivion remaster. And I'm holding out hope that it's going to be a Fallout New Vegas Fallout 3 Tale of Two Wastelands remaster. Or it's at least going to be a Fallout 3 remaster with all the shit that New Vegas had, to where when New Vegas gets remastered, it's going to be the same shit. Maybe with some stuff that Fallout 3 had. Like, I'm feeling that. And I want all the gunplay and the combat to be like Fallout 4. It's the only thing that Fallout 4 did right. And base building was pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. I made some really cool bases, I thought. And I actually had a lot of fun doing it. So, I can't knock it. Doesn't give the game any real content or value as an RPG, but damn it was fun to make some Raider-style bases with turrets and shit like that, right? And searchlights and all this cool shit. You would build a character a certain way just so you could get all the stuff that you needed to build your cool-ass thing. And then maybe even go throw in a few mods, too, so you could get some extra shit, right? Like, it was kind of worth doing. But Fable is one that I'm looking at, holding out against hope. It's going to be one of those on release. I don't go buy it. I don't have money for that shit. If I go get a game on my dime, god damn it, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty dead set on it being a, I fucked up a couple times and gotten some piece of shit that I thought was great, and it was the opposite, and it was just what I should have expected. I've learned. I've earned my bumps along the way. But for the most part, if I go get a game on my own dime, there have been a few games that have been bought for us, and only one or two were, in my opinion, playable. But then that's like hoping I have the same taste as somebody else. And I mean, you know, I'll tell somebody right out the chute what I fucking hate. Like turn-based. If it's turn-based, I don't care. What about Baldur's Gate 3? As far as like modern games go, it may be one of the best developed games for what it is. I just hate turn-based. I hate it. Like, we're gonna have a turn-based party. I'm not gonna be there. Well, your future wife is gonna be here. Well, guess what? We're just gonna have to hook up someplace else because I don't give a fuck. I hate turn-based, and I'm just not gonna be associated with that. Why? Because that's how I feel. You have the right to feel the way you feel. I have the right to feel the way I feel. I demand the same rights I give everybody else. So, there you go. That's just the way it is. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't have to make sense to you. It doesn't have anything to do with me. Right? So, I mean, let's just cut and dry. So, anyway, that's not a couple things. There's another Divinity coming out that's turn-based. It's just going to be highly glamorized turn-based like Baldur's Gate 3 was. And I'm sure for what it's going to be, I mean, it's Larian Studios, but Larian will not do the one thing I really want them to do. And apparently it's just never going to happen. Although, the other night I was talking about maybe Larian is actually approachable. You can, now I don't know if they'll take seriously anything that you tell them, but they'll at least listen and apparently just at least respond to you and say, hey, thanks, we'll get this into the right ears of the right people, whatever. And then they can just throw it in the circle file, right? The trash can. Okay, maybe. But I still want to, I want to project a game idea. Like a whole new thing. I got a really idea. Nobody else has done it. And everybody I've ever just said, hey man, this would be kind of cool, right? If you're a gamer, would you play this? And it'd be like, I'd play the fucking shit out of that. Which is exactly how I feel. So I got a game idea, and I actually I'm off tomorrow, so probably tomorrow afternoon before we jump back on stream, I may actually spend some time and send a lengthy letter to Larian Studios because I would like to see them do it. But I will say, if you make this turn-based, I will not play it, and I will haunt you. If I die tomorrow, I will haunt you for the rest of your days if you make this shit turn-based because you're taking what this is supposed to be and making it shit. So just don't do that. I don't care if it's easy, just don't be lazy pieces of shit and take this, you know, golden goose and kill the golden goose trying to get an egg. Just don't do that.
Darkspawn! Kill them all!
I will throw in that one little caveat.
Take that! Cut them down!
We went into some depth on that game idea on the last stream too. I think we talked about that shit for like an hour.
Right, come on! I'll get on it. Got it.
Here.
Should get a couple more injury kits, I think. Yeah. Should get a couple more.
Done. Anything else?
Kind of surprised we haven't gotten a level. How close? We gotta be close, right? Like really close? Nah, hell no. Huh. I thought we'd have hit level 6 in here somewhere. I would think so. Maybe I'm lucky to even be level 5 at this point. Maybe that's, I don't know. Right, whatever. Okay, so these are better. Okay. Nice. Not really sure where I got that, but that'll work. Okay. Get rid of all that shit. Oh, by the way, something we're doing here when we get to Lothering, this is what we decided last time, is we're gonna, I don't know if we're gonna max level, but we're gonna level in Lothering to about level. It's not a glitch. It's definitely something you can do legit. Oh, the kill cams? Yeah, I call them kill cams. Yeah. Actually, there's a weapon or two in the game that you can get that actually give you messy kills, meaning that you get more of those. Those are messy kill animations. Not just jumping on their head and, you know, like putting your sword through their eyeball and all that stuff, but like the decapitations and the, you know, and all that cool shit. All right. So yeah, when we get to Lothering, we're going to max level, or at least I'd probably hit around level. At least 15 or 20. And so we'll get to start with Morgan as a blood mage. It's not going to do her a whole lot of good early on, but we'll basically leave Lothering at level whatever level we want, right? It's using the resources available to you. It's literally like they literally have a merchant that gives you unlimited trap kits. You just have to know how to make traps. If you don't have anybody that knows how to make traps and you plan on doing that, well, then you're going to be sadly stuck out, right? But, yeah. You have unlimited stacks of traps, so you just go make unlimited traps. And you can hit level, what is the cap if you have DLC? I think it's like 35. You can hit level 35 in Lothering and play the rest of the game at max level, which means all the enemies are going to be at max level too. Now you should be able to compensate for that with a decent party build. I want to get to level 14, 15 so I can get Morgan all of her blood magic skills. And there is something to be said. She's a mage trained by her mother in the Kakari Wilds that does not have any problem with blood magic. In fact, Flemeth's boyfriend is a blood mage, Solus. So, yeah, just saying. Just throwing that out there. Which means I'll have my stuff. The only downside to doing that is when you go get Wynn is going to be leveled up to you, and she's going to have some stats that are not friendly. They kind of make her suck in a way, but she's just your support, so whatever. But you can give Morgan her blood magic stuff and give her the ability to use it, really. And then you just go around and you collect the shit that you need to actually make it sustainable. Like there's maybe you go to Denerim a little bit earlier to go buy out all the stuff. Because remember, every time you level, turning in traps, you get money for it too. It's like 50 silver at a time. If you have to do that like 5,000 times, that's like 2,500 sovereigns. Or something like that, right? So well, the DLC, the DLC raises it. I actually think the base max was 30. But it was really, really hard to get there with the base game. Like, even if you did there's some things that give you more XP. You just have to get them in a certain order and, stuff like that. Doesn't really matter.
Darkspawn!
I think as it stands right now, it's 35.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Got it. is your command? I'll get on it. All right, all right. I'll get on it. Push them back!
For science. Right? We have to know the truth.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Got it. You're gonna regret this! I'll get on it. All right, all right.
And that!
Twisted creatures!
Rough, 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 rough.
Right then.
All right, all right. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Let's see what you're made of! I'll get on it. Ha! Let's see some blood!
Nice. We brought the puppy bros with us. Those are Sir Lix-a-Lot's homies. Those are his homies, straight out of Compton. That dog brother that'll smother your mother.
Finished. Now what do you want?
Straight out of Compton, homie dogs. Bromies. Oh, man. The cool part is we haven't got wiped yet. I mean, like, there's been some injuries. You expect injuries. When you run a squishy squad, you're going to get injuries. Like, your mage is just going to get overwhelmed, and before you can do anything about it, you're dead. You know, like that type of shit. Sir Lix-a-Lot's crew, yeah. He likes big mutts. He cannot lie. Things that make you slobberfy. You know, shit like that. I like big mutts. I'm gonna bring puppy bros in here too. I totally am.
All right. Got it.
I need some help here!
I love how they bark, 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 bark. Hey, those puppies were tortured and caged and left to die. They need to get their chew on too.
That about wraps it up.
They need some vengeance. They need some vengeance, you know what I'm saying? Why can't you take them with you though? Why can't you take them with you onto the roof to chew on the ogre? Yo, puppy bros, go chew on that ogre until your teeth get tired. That's what you need to do. Chew on his ass until your teeth get tired. God damn it. Puppy bros. I love dogs. I really love dogs. Okay, that gave me a lot of XP. Wow, that's what. Oh, we're gonna level when we kill the ogre. So here's the 0.5 over under. Does Alistair steal my kill cam? The 0.5 over under. Does that bitch steal my kill cam? Fuck. God damn it. You messed with the wrong crew. Dog. What's up, dog? What's up, Holmes? Alright, hold on a second. Before we do this. Okay, I've got traps. Alright. Sorry, I just had to make sure. Somebody has to have traps. Yeah, I think I want one of those. We gotta have taunt. But shield defense. See, Puppy Bro's only like level 4, which is weird, right? Time to go refill. Oh, by the way, this is my Friday, y'all. I mean, yeah, I've only got literally one day off a week right now. I start driving, and then one of the other drivers quits, and all of a sudden I just get slammed with hours, and which is good, I guess, right? Yeah. Anyway, it's a good thing. Corruption does. Corruption is, he's like, yeah, he becomes like Chuck Norris, right? Chuck Norris incarnate as Puppy Bro. Right? Yeah, and you know what? You know what's cool? This is my Friday, and it's also Taco Tuesday at the same time. Tell me that's not pretty badass shit right there. Oh yeah, it was it's DLC though. Dog came with the update. The Black Emporium was an update for Dragon Age 2. It incorporated things that they didn't have time to implement in the game, but they put them in later. So what the Black Emporium was about, besides just being like a really big overpriced shop, is it gave you respec potions, for one. That was huge. It also gave you certain items that were left out of the game that you had to have to play the deep roads on Nightmare. And they were items with rune slots in them that you couldn't get otherwise. And so they just gave them to you because they should have been available like in a chest here, in a dungeon there, in a cave here, in an enemy drop there, you know, some shit like that, right? I think it was gauntlets for a rogue. It might have been gauntlets for a mage. And then boots for a rogue, maybe. And then I don't remember. No, it was armor for a rogue, gauntlets for a mage, and then boots for a warrior. Maybe a helmet for a warrior. I don't know. Anyway, it was something like that. So those were like, that was like the main reason for the Black Emporium. Yeah, it created a place to go get overpriced DLC level shit, but unless you were cheating somehow in money, you were never going to be able to afford like pretty much any of it, and you had to like invest like just for that one thing, right? And the money glitch works in Dragon Age 2 the same way it does in Origins. You can have infinite money in Dragon Age 2. It's a double sell. It takes an extra button press or two, but it's the exact same thing. You just double sell. You sell all junk and sell that item at almost the exact same time, and you get it. You sell it twice. You buy it back once. You sell it twice. Buy it back once, and it just goes on forever. Now in Origins economy, there's actually a way to make unlimited money. So when I do the double sell glitch, I always just make sure that Morrigan has 4 ranks of herbalism, so she can make potent lyrium potions. Once she can make potent lyrium potions, you have unlimited money. You can make as many as you want. They cost like a little over half a sovereign to make, and then you sell them for about a sovereign and a half. So you make a little less than a sovereign each time you sell one. So if you make a stack, that's like 99 sovereigns. Or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe they cost almost a sovereign and you sell them for a sovereign and a half, so you make half a sovereign on each one. It's something like that. And you just sell them until you've got as much money as you want. It's kind of like playing a merchant in the game. Yeah, no. Inquisition, it's got a really good poem. It's almost a tearjerker about Andraste's Mabari. Yet, the only dogs in the game are trying to kill you. But they're always harnessed by somebody else. So Ferelden dogs just hate you for some reason? I mean, if the lord of that is now you have the mark, and the mark makes all Ferelden dogs hostile to you, so now I can't have a puppy bro. Dogs hate me even though I'm not a piece of shit. Dogs should only hate people that are pieces of shit. Like, I think every dog in the world hates Michael Vick. And I wish every dog in the world would just eat Michael Vick and then take a big shit where he used to be and then, I don't know, then piss on that. But, yeah, you just don't get a dog. Just go F yourself. If you want a dog, go F yourself. Oh, by the way, if you want the champion's armor, yeah, you can go F yourself. And if you want some actual Legion of the Dead armor, no, they call it Legion of the Dead. It looks like some willy foo elven dwarven shit. No, you can't have that either. But Hawk will wear the champion armor so that you can see that they actually made a model for it in the game, and you just can't have it. And if you don't like that, go F yourself. Skyrim did a lot of this shit too. Fallout New Vegas actually did this a couple times. Like, here's what you want. We know you want it. It's the coolest thing that you ever played with, right? Now you can't have it. just because we could have gave it to you. We're going to show you a model that we actually put it in the game, but you can't have it because go fuck yourself. You gave us your money, and you need to be shit on, and you need to be fucking teabagged for giving us your money. Wanting to actually have some fun with your game. How dare you? Did you think that if you voted Republican, it would actually make a difference? That type of shit, right? Anyway. There you have it, though. Oh, Mr. Slobber Chops. Oh. What'd you do? Cook your enemies over an open fire? Like chestnuts? Before you ate them? You motherfucker. You mother... Alright, sorry. I can't use any of this shit, can I? Hold on. I can't.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Now's better than later. Got it. All right, all right. Got it.
Oh, wow. Assassinated the mage. Oh, yeah.
Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back?
You asked for it!
They won't know what hit them. All right, all right. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Got it.
Right, man.
All right, all right.
I got my kill cam. Now at that point,
The beacon is over here.
in Inquisition,
You surely missed the signal.
you get like
Let's light it quickly before it's too
like
late.
the Warden armor. I think is it called Warden Commander? I forget what it's called. The Warden armor is like the best looking armor in the game, in my opinion, for a warrior anyway. Like they're I believe it's Warden armor. Oh, Journeyman, that's nice. Yeah, he didn't. Yeah, who bet the over on that? Well, man, we should have run like something on that. Run like a oh, what do you call it? Like a survey. We should have run a survey on that one. It's easier to do on Twitch. When we get back on Twitch as well. Not really sure how to dual stream. Don't know if you need a second screen for that. Not really sure. Or maybe they just both show up, maybe, or something. Anyway, not really sure how that works. Or attack or force spell resistance. See, that attack is nice. Not gonna lie, it's nice. That spell resistance though, that starts to like add up and shit, right? That's better. I mean, since we're getting it, right? He's got some he's earned his stripes now. There we go. He just barks. When you give him a bone, he just barks. He's like, we're already friends. Like, we're best buds and shit. Like, why? Yeah. Appreciate it, though. Thanks, Holmes. I love you, man. Thanks for the snacks, Holmes. Homie. You know, that's your dog right there. He'll sell the shit out of all this. Yeah, see, if we had the tower guard with us. So I guess if you're playing an offhand primary weapon, supposedly that can work well. I just don't think the numbers really support it. And I just want to throw this out there. Daggers have a built-in critical chance, and they have a built-in piercing, armor piercing, built in. That full-sized weapons, one-handed like swords, axes, whatever, don't have. Now, if I was going to use an offhand weapon, I would use the Vestial as an offhand weapon. Simply because of the armor penetration, the critical chance, the base damage, and the 3 rune slots. It's like backstab damage, critical chance, armor penetration. It's basically an extension of a dagger, in a way. You have to be able to wield 2 full-size weapons, but you don't. You wield a dagger in your main hand, like you normally would, and the Vestial in your offhand. That's what I would do. I see everybody doing like the dagger and sword, and I'm like, why would you do that? You're like missing out. I think the axe even gives you a strength bonus as well, which actually accounts towards armor penetration on top of that. But still, daggers, just 2 daggers, is going to give you armor penetration, critical chance. They're piercing weapons, just like arrows. They're like handheld arrows, basically. So, yeah.
What?
What's Alistair doing? Do I have Alistair holding? Oh, this is weird. It's really weird. All right. Anyway, let's move on. Oh, I never play an archer. Archers suck.
The retreat.
The only archer that's actually kind of worth a shit.
Do as I command.
It's not terrible in Dragon Age 2. It's just boring. Inquisition has a good archer build. It's almost like daggers. It's like daggers, but with a bow.
Hello!
Like it's literally almost. It's almost the same thing. You can get in close and personal with a bow. You're like that elf in what's his name, Legolas or whatever, in the Lord of the Rings. Like you just get in, you treat your bow like it's a melee weapon. Like why do I have to shoot you in the eyeball from 1,000 yards when I can do a backflip and jump on the top of your head and look down and shoot an arrow, 2 arrows into. An arrow into each of your eyes, and then do a backflip again and shoot an arrow into your asshole, and then, ride your corpse into the next thing and, just freak with it, right? You can kind of do that in Inquisition. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people would say to use the Tempest because there's a glitch with potions and shit, but I'm telling you, an assassin with a bow is nasty in Inquisition. It's really nasty. Look at Duncan. Twisting the knife, if you will. Each one is just, Duncan just went, he went berserk, man. He went straight berserk Reaver. On his ass. here you go. Who killed Duncan? Loghain did. So Flemeth comes swooping, and things end up well.
Ah, your
Flemeth
eyes
comes in
finally
swooping in
opened.
Dragon Age
Mother should
2,
be pleased.
and things end up pretty well. Then Flemeth gives herself to Morgan, and she comes in swooping in Inquisition, and things ends up pretty well, I guess, in light of things. So what does Alistair say? Swooping is bad. That would be the easily duped opinion of things. Alistair just can't seem to think for itself, ever, about anything, ever. I mean, simpletons could be more good than bad, I guess, but still, swooping is actually pretty good from what I've seen in Dragon Age, in my limited experience.
I am Morrigan, lest you have forgotten, and we are in the wilds where I am bandaging your wounds. You are welcome.
Right,
by
well, I
the
mean,
way.
Loghain
And if
is
your memory
obviously the
fails,
traitor,
do
and now
you
he's
remember
being
Mother's
murdered
rescue?
by extension by Loghain because of the betrayal. Sound the retreat. That's not Loghain talking. Loghain would never, ever, ever retreat on a battlefield in Ferelden. If you're at war with Ferelden's enemies, Loghain would never, ever retreat. But yet he did. Why? That's not Loghain. I mean, it's Loghain. That's Loghain like Ban Tegan is Ban Tegan. When he comes under the spell of a desire demon and is turned into a court jester that's going, and all that shit. That's not Tegan. That's a blood puppet being controlled by Tegan for some demon's amusement. This is on a much bigger scale. Now, Flemeth is actually about to tell you exactly who and what and how Loghain is being controlled. Flemeth actually tells you here if you're willing to listen. So we'll go ahead and do the dialogue. Now, I'm just going to give you a heads up, just so you understand. Not like I'm teaching you anything. Well, maybe if you didn't know this, I guess I am, right? So whatever. Anyway, the point being, the name Dumat is the one archdemon, if you will, that started all the blights, that began all this shit in the first place. Like the ultimate blood mage, Satan himself, whatever you want to call it, right? Everything dies. I am death incarnate. Okay, so that's Dumat. The name Dumat means shadow. In whatever language Dumat is spoken, the definition of Dumat is shadow. Just so you know that. You can go look this shit up. Just go Google it if you want. The meaning of the name Dumat, Dragon Age, it'll say shadow. Or it should. Depending on where you look, I guess. That's what it should say. All right, so that's the first thing. And when you're talking to Flemeth about Loghain specifically, the subject is Loghain. The object is essentially what's going on. And she tells you this, I'll say this ahead of time, this is what she's going to say. Men's, we're talking about Loghain. And why would he do this? Men's hearts, Loghain's heart holds shadow darker than any tainted creature, referring to the Darkspawn. Why would you do this in the face of the Darkspawn? Why would you betray and do this in the face of the Darkspawn? Because this is interpreted, directly interpreted by definition. What Flemeth tells you is Loghain's heart holds Dumat, who is darker and more powerful than any tainted creature. He's the beginning of the Darkspawn. He's the one archdemon who was never killed. Remember, wardens are a result of the first blight. That's the only way you figured out you need wardens. Dumat withdrew. Now, what made Dumat withdraw rather than eventually be slain by wardens that you didn't know you needed because this was the first blight? This wasn't the second, third, fourth, fifth blight. Like, we're in the fifth blight right here. This wasn't even the second blight. This was the first blight. Wardens are a result of the first blight. That's how you ended the second, third, fourth, and fifth. Nobody ever did that to Dumont. There was no warden available before wardens were even known to be needed to end in Dumont. And if you do something at an altar to Dumont, which is what you see in the DLC in Dragon Age 2, on your way to Corypheus, you can actually worship at an altar to Dumont, and it actually rewards you. And that's not just some random demon rewarding you. That's Dumont himself. In fact, Corypheus cries out to Dumont, knowing goddamn well that Dumont is alive. There you go. Corypheus is just, at this point, darkspawn. Possessed. Spiritually possessed entity that can only be destroyed in the same way that Dumont can be destroyed. So some of what Dumont had, he passed on to his fellow magisters. And I believe in Dragon Age Origins, those magisters that are just like Corypheus, they're called something else. They're intelligent darkspawn. I forget what DLC that is, but you actually run across them. I think they're called architects. That's what Corypheus is. It's something that carries on the same power of like an archdemon. And they're basically like an archbishop. One of Satan's chief lieutenants, if you will. Carrying the same power and authority. I think that would be the analogy I would use. I think that's close enough. Anyway, so yeah, Flemeth is actually going to tell you exactly what's going on with Loghain and why Loghain would exactly do this. Remember, what you're seeing here is this is the last thing that Loghain did. Everything else Loghain has done up to this point led to this. This was the, what do you call it? This was the coup de grace. The coup de grace. I think that's how you say it. Coup de grace? All right, so this was the final thing. Do you know that Loghain already had deals with Uldred to destroy the Circle Tower? And that Uldred would be allowed to practice his blood magic as freely as he wants to? As a Tevinter in the south? That's the deal that Loghain made with Uldred. It's already done. In fact, you know that beacon lighting up? You know who else saw that? Yeah, they saw that shit at the Circle Tower. And that's when Uldred knows to do his thing. The sounding of the bell. You actually read something like that if you go fight Gaxkang. The sounding of the bell, the toll of the bell, the lighting of the beacon. In fact, there's even a revenant called Beacon. Anyway, but that's probably like other lore shit. Anyway, the bottom line is, this is the last thing that Loghain did. What Loghain has already put into motion is mercenaries going and raping, child molesting, and murdering villagers, their wives, and their children, and setting their lands on fire and creating civil war in the face of a blight. This is already in motion. Loghain either has or is shortly going to capture Denerim and turn the elven alienage into basically a brothel or a slave pen to sell elves to Tevinter as blood batteries to the Tevinters to fund his war effort against Ferelden. Where's Loghain getting all the money to pay for all these mercenaries that are murdering, raping, and child molesting all the innocent farmholders and civilians all across Ferelden from top to bottom? Where's Loghain getting all this money to murder his own people? From the selling of slaves. 100 sovereigns ahead. That's already in the motion. That's already in the works. So you got Uldred just taking the mages out of the fight against the Darkspawn. You got Uldred taking the Templars out of the fight. And if it weren't for you, it would have worked. The Templars out of the fight. And then the Chantry getting involved. And then everybody going and destroying the fucking circle while Darkspawn ravage the land and run over everybody. None of the roads are guarded because all the guards and knights and people are either poisoned, dead, fighting in Redcliffe, because remember, Jowen is already in the works to take the Earl of Redcliffe out of the way. Rendon Howe, which is our origin, already did his thing and assassinated and went out to assassinate every single person of the Kuslan bloodline to take their lands and to make sure there's nobody there left to fight against the Darkspawn in Ferelden. Everything Loghain has done has been to make sure that the Darkspawn have an easy path. They can just kill anybody willy-nilly. There's nobody to defend themselves. All the knights are either dead, poisoned, or preoccupied. All the guards, all the militias, all the armies are either dead, abandoned, enacted in civil war, and fighting against Loghain's mercenaries, being fueled by blood money coming from selling elves from the alienage, because, well, Dumont just doesn't think that the elves are even going to even be recognized. And you know what? He's probably kind of right about all that. This is what Loghain has already put into motion. Right now, as we speak, where we're sitting in the game. Ostergar was one of the last things. That was the coup de grace of what Loghain had already put into motion to make sure that nobody anywhere could fight against the Darkspawn. And if you could fight, you were trying to murder each other. And anybody who would actually be loyal to Ferelden has either been destroyed or sidelined to where they can't do anything. Their hands are tied. That's a pretty fell swoop. That's like checkmate before you move your first pawn. That's literally what's happened here in the game. That's how deep this actually goes. And that's literally exactly what happened. And you can uncover that as you go along. Anyway, why would Loghain do that? It's not Loghain. I mean, if I'm mind dominated by somebody where I'm imprisoned into my own brain and I'm watching my body do things that I have no control over, and I'm like trapped inside my own brain, that's how Tegan describes it. And that's basically the same thing you get at the Landsmeet when you beat Loghain to within an inch of his life. What does he do? He snaps back. He becomes humble, honorable, wise, understanding, and he realizes that all these things that he's done that he didn't do, he's had to witness it, and all he can say is, pretty sure I'm sorry isn't good enough for trying to destroy the entire south of the world so that Tevinter can come through with the new Tevinter Imperium, which is exactly what Corypheus tries to do. And exactly what Anders tries to bring about too, because remember, Anders is a blood mage too. Anyway, so there you go. I think that's Dragon Age lore in a nutshell, and that gives you a lot of answers to why people do what they do. Because nobody that knows Loghain will ever say Loghain. All they'll say is like Loghain would never do this shit. This is like literally the opposite of Loghain. Even the Earl of Redcliffe is like, this isn't Loghain. I've known Loghain since he was fucking pissing his diapers. The fuck is this? He would never do this. He's gone mad with ambition. No, he's literally mind dominated. Mind domination and possession are similar, but two slightly different things. Anyway, so there you go. No, Loghain would leave the werewolves alone because you've got a blood mage sending its own people back to the same place in the forest to feed his people to the werewolves to feed the curse so that the curse would never have to end, because the ending of the curse would result in the loss of his own life. Loghain didn't have to worry about the elves. What about Orzammar? Okay, well, you got dwarven intrigue, right? That's a good question. So here's your answer. This actually happens. If you do the Crow quests, then you find out that there's an ambassador. I think it's Ambassador Gainley. Once you get a king back on the throne in Orzammar, Loghain realizes that, guess what? He knows the warden went there because you kill an ambassador out in front of Orzammar. Then when you go into Orzammar and you put a king back on the throne, guess what's the next thing that happened? You get a crow request to go kill an ambassador in Orzammar. It's the same time that the king's poison. that comes from the surface. The dwarves will tell you, we've never seen this poison down here before. This has to have come from the surface. You have to have 4 ranks of herbalism to cure the king's poison. Do you want to know why it didn't kill either Balin or what's-his-face? Because a taster, a servant, intercepted it and almost dies from it. In almost the same way that the original king, Iduken, dies. Interesting. So let's just make sure there's not a king on the throne. And what? The dwarves stay out of the fight. So once you get a king back on the throne, the first thing Loghain does is sends an assassin with an entire entourage to murder the king on the throne with the king's poison that nobody in Orzammar has ever even seen before. You're talking about assassin dwarves have never heard of this poison, and the only remedy for it is on the surface? Imagine that. Anyway, yeah, the first thing Loghain does when you put a king on the throne is sends an assassin to kill the king on the throne to make sure the dwarves stay out of the fight. That actually happens in the game. So yeah, good question. And there's your answer. That actually happens. I'll point it out when we get there, but yeah. Anyway, so that kind of covers all the bases, doesn't it? To exactly whatever is controlling Loghain is put into motion and created basically a chessboard in Ferelden in which before you move a single pawn, it's already checkmate. At least that's what Dumont tried to do through Loghain, who has no legitimate claim to the throne anyway. Just like the Envy Demon has no legitimate claim to the Inquisition. But there you go, an imposter. In that case, it's a demon incarnate, kind of like Cole, but in a much more evil sense, that hates the South and is actually serving Corypheus and serving Tevinter. So all that shit lines up, and it, like, none of it, what'd you say, contradicts anything else. So there you go. Sure. Yeah, and of course, Loghain wouldn't want, and Loghain could play on his anti-Orlais facade, but yeah, Loghain wouldn't have gone to the point of destroying his own country despite Orlais. But it was a good talking point. It's like, it's impossible that Democrats are trying to undermine you and actually steal your shit and rape all your children and murder you. It's impossible that they're doing that, right? They've got talking points that says that's the last thing they would do. So you're supposed to believe that. It's the exact same thing here.
Mother managed to save you and your friend, though 'twas a close call. What is important is that you both live. The man who was to respond to your signal quit the field. The Darkspawn won your battle. Those he abandoned were massacred. Your friend, he is not taking it well. All dead. Your friend has veered between denial and grief since Mother told him. He is outside by the fire. Mother asked to see you when you awoke.
You know, you actually hear a comment in Dragon Age 2, in the Hangman. There's somebody saying, the Blight only lasted like 5 months. I don't even think it ever happened. Like, there wasn't a Blight. Blights take decades, even centuries, up to like 100 or more years. Ages, or whatever you want to call it, right? To, you know, do their thing. This one took less than a year. It was the weakest of all of them, so Dumont had to interfere himself. The point being, if you can take Ferelden, you can take Orlais. And with Loghain in charge as a demon puppet, problem is, how are you going to eradicate Darkspawn that you put into motion yourself? Like, Dumont is actually over all of these things. The Blight was weak enough that if Dumont chose to, Kind of like Dumont just choosing to discard Corypheus when it was convenient. Because remember, evil people can't be trusted, right? So let's just say Ferelden is conquered like this, Loghain is discarded, and then you take all the Darkspawn that you've created from the people that have been murdered by the Darkspawn, and you move west, and then you move the rest of Tevinter that you actually see in Inquisition, right? You move all of that shit south too. Yeah, Orlay's dead. I mean, they're so busy murdering each other with their, woke ass Hillary Clinton bullshit. Yeah, it's no problem at all to overwhelm them. I mean, if you think about it, right? Well, that would be one of the I think the architect. The architect, I'm pretty sure. It's a lot like Corypheus. I mean, I don't know enough about it to really like speak on it a lot. I just know the architects look like Corypheus. Like it's the same character model, if you will. So I mean, I guess there's that. I don't know what that really says one way or the other. Because, yeah, they don't seem to be, like, super bad guys in that sense. Like, really targeting their attacks and just kind of just wanting to what? I mean, but maybe they're under the guise that, like, we are the next generation. Kind of like if zombies were evolutionary and that once they ate everybody's brains, then they were the next generation type thing. Like it might have been that type of thing too. Seems like we'd have to go play the DLC again to really maybe like read all the codexes and try to uncover stuff. And based on what we know, actually maybe learn something. I mean, I guess that would be a study. Playing that DLC would just be a study at that point. Might be worthwhile to go play Golems of Amgarak too. just to go get that pendant or ring and get that achievement, just for shits and giggles too. I mean, I don't know, do we do it here? Do we do it someday? This probably wouldn't be the worst character to do it with. Just saying. Anyway. So
You
that's
were welcome.
something to look at.
Though Mother did most of the work, I am no healer.
Main thing I get from Awakening is finding out that Anders is more evil, perverted, corrupt, and jihadist and fucking Islamic pedo child molesting murderer in Awakening than he is in Dragon Age 2. Every single thing that comes out of its mouth is, let's embrace evil to corrupt you. That's literally everything it suggests, everything it does. It's like if Anders worked for a video game developer, it'd be Ubisoft, and they love pedophiles. Michael Jackson fans, just anyway.
I will stay and make something to eat.
And make something to eat. Love that.
I can't do that.
Key required. What, I don't have lockpicking skills? What? I don't have lockpicking skills. Really?
See, here is your fellow Grey Warden. You worry too much, young man.
You're alive. I thought you were dead for sure. Duncan's dead. The Grey Wardens. Even the King. They're all dead. Oh, this doesn't seem real. If it weren't for Morrigan's mother, we'd be dead on top of that tower.
Do not talk about me as if I am not present, lad.
I didn't mean... But what do we call you? You've never told
Sir
us the
should
name.
figure out that swooping is pretty good at this point.
The chastened folk call me Flemeth. I suppose it will do.
The Flemeth? From the legends? Daveth was right. You're the Witch of the Wilds, aren't you?
And what does that mean? I know a bit of magic, and it has served you both well.
Absolutely, Anders is a pedophile. Anders supplied every service. Every single service. At the Pearl. And Anders jokes about kittens and versions. But when Anders confronts you directly, Hawk can say, I don't do anything involving animals or children. And then Anders redirects the conversation. It's a hint. So can I substantially show you a cutscene of Anders fucking a little kid? No, I can't show that to you. But it does every single other evil thing. Terrorism, rape. It even tries to rape you several times during the game. Rape, and in Awakening as well. Not rape by, like, physically just trying to shove something into one of your holes, but, like, psychological, verbal rape. Mentally, psychologically, morally, ethically, and even physically. To force itself upon you, and if you have a problem with that, it hates you for it, and you get disapproval. If you need anything more than that, then whatever. You're just like, no, I love Anders. Anders is great. In fact, I wish Iran would just kill all the Americans, and I'm an American, and we could just all be Iranian, and we can get thrown off buildings and have acid thrown in our face and be blown the fuck up and shot on sight. And if we don't worship a fucking pedophile, then we need to be shot. And those are the only people that like Anders. People who are actually that fucking mind blank and that morally bankrupt. Like a large percentage of our government in the U.S. right now. Anyway, that's a different story. Yeah, Anders, like there's enough hints to let you know through conversation. Just remember, Dragon Age 2 is Varric retelling the story, and Varric recommended Anders to you. And Anders is the one that nukes a fucking million innocent people because it's It's he, she, they, them, penis JJ is hurt. And everything that it thinks of is evil, and if you're not about evil, then it fucking hates you. Sounds like a jihadist to me. In every sense of the word. But yeah, pedo, I mean, they fucking marry 9-year-olds, and they worship a prophet that's a fucking pedophile. After 9 years of marriage, his wife was 18. And you get a bunch of underage virgins in heaven. That's what they promise you, as long as you murder enough people who don't agree with your pedophilia. That's Anders. That's Islam. It's the exact same thing. And that's how the game plays it out. So, you tell me. No, they didn't show you a cutscene, but if you have to see that, you could probably go to the deep web and go find some shit for yourself. And yeah, I hope the FBI catches you. Although they don't, because the FBI doesn't do that for our leaders, who are all doing the same shit. In fact, most of them created the dark web so they could, you know, do their Epstein files bullshit. You just want to get real about it? Now, just real world example. Crazy that, Dragon Age 2 was, 2011? That was only like 2 years after the Epstein files were taken and hidden. And then all of a sudden you have a couple game developers that start to represent people in charge and influencing individuals in video games doing some shit that you never heard of. Just a year or two after the Epstein files. Now that we see it 10, 15 years later, all of a sudden it kind of makes sense. Isn't that crazy? That's not conspiracy shit. That's just in your face. In your face shit. Anyway, just put it on a broader perspective and think about it for a second. It's like, damn, like some of these pieces actually match. Like, you know, a round peg for the round hole, right? Just saying. Yeah, Anders is definitely a pedo, terrorist, Islamic Satanist, fucking jihadist, Grove attending, Epstein Island living piece of fucking horse shit in the Pearl, doing anything to animals, children, or anybody else. Whatever gets you off. In fact, Isabella even says, you did the little magic lightning touch thing, right? The little clitoral zap, right? Yeah, that was me. Even Isabella jokes about it. So, there you go, man. Just take it for what it's worth. Go play it for yourself. Go listen. Go talk. Pay attention. And you'll see that I'm not making this shit up. So, am I projecting? And saying, well, it's not quite all that. You want to start making excuses for evil? Be careful that you're not evil yourself. In real life. Maybe you should see evil for what it is and acknowledge that and act accordingly. Unless you're evil yourself. Once again, you got an RPG that's allowing you to actually make a decision that kind of impacts the way you live, in a way. It's just a video game, true enough, but the decision has a moral consequence. So, do you embrace that, or do you, what? I just wanna be evil. Well, if it involves little kids or animals, Hawk says, I don't do shit that involves kids or animals. Why would she say that to Anders? Anders does. You like Anders? Why? And if there's something there, maybe that's something to get out of your soul and out of your life. Because that's 101% pharmaceutical grade evil. Anders is the most completely corrupt character I've ever seen ever. Like, I don't even know, except for maybe George Soros or Bill Gates, maybe. I don't know. What's his face? Facebook? Zuckerberg? Maybe almost 100% evil. I mean, it's not like they can't be saved, but yeah. Anders is actually worse than any of them in a video game. But he's a lot along the same lines. Because all them did some really, really bad shit to little kids, and they ate them too, and drank their blood. Whatever the blood gave them, whatever they thought it gave them, it didn't, but whatever. Anyway, just saying, this is real life shit. This is a good video game representation of that. Anyway, we're talking about Anders, and we're not even at Anders yet, and I don't even know if we play that DLC. If we do, then we can explore that, and you can see that Anders wants you to rape a statue and murder law enforcement because you were guilty even though they're not looking for you. And if they are looking for you, they're looking for you for the right reason. And you just want to murder them just because. So Anders is literally the first anti-ICE protester in Awakening. Go look it up for yourself. And then if you want, you can come back and you can either hate me for it or you can like the stream. One or the other. Or you don't have to do either. I don't tell you guys to do anything. And by the way, you're not getting mid-roll ads either, right? On the stream? Is nobody's getting mid-roll ads? Because if you're getting mid-roll ads, that's YouTube. I do not. I have that stuff specifically not set up so that we could just sit here and stream and do things. But you can go ahead and like the stream on that regard, if nothing else. That's twice I've mentioned that, and I don't think I've mentioned that even once in the last 20 streams. I don't think so. Anyway, so I'm gonna show you where Flemeth tells you exactly who, what, and why Loghain is doing what he's doing. She actually tells you. Mens, we're going to be talking about Loghain. Mens, Loghain's heart holds shadows, Dumat, darker than any tainted creature. Who's the start of all darkspawn? Dumat. Dumat is the start of all darkspawn. It's blood magic incarnate as a person. Just like red lyrium is blood magic. Like actual like physical blood magic, I guess you could say, or blood magic incarnate. So the start of that, what causes red lyrium was Dumat originally. And you actually see that in Dragon Age 2 when you go down into the deep roads and you find the source where the Titan was corrupted and turned into red lyrium, turned into blood magic by the original Darkspawn, which would be Dumat himself. Or maybe Corypheus, the Magisters, to bring Dumat back from the Abyss as the first Archdemon. That's the source of where that happened. And there's an actual weapon there. It's called the Red Lyrium Idol, which is a sacrificial dagger, which turns a Titan into a beating heart of pure fucking blood magic. There you go. That's what the game tells you.
If you know what is good for you, I suppose you should.
No, that's good. There hasn't ever been, and, well, at least not since I had anything to say about it, and there still isn't. And I think that's important. So why did you save us?
Well, we cannot have all the
I want to try to get to this dialogue.
Once, can we?
This one line of dialogue from Flemeth tells you, like, everything.
It has always been the Grey Warden's duty to unite the lands against the Blight. Or did that change when I wasn't looking?
Thanks to Loghain. I think this is where she says it.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would he do it?
Listen.
Now that is a good question. Men's hearts hold shadows darker than any tainted creature.
Darkspawn.
Perhaps
the shadows is Dumat.
An army
That's the meaning of the name Dumat.
Perhaps he does not see that the evil behind it is the true.
Perhaps he believes the Blight is an army. The evil behind it is the true threat. The Archdemon is obvious. That's just Alistair trying to throw you off because he's fucking stupid as a box of zombie dicks. What she just told you is the evil behind the Blight is the true threat. And she tells you the same thing in the forest before you go back and report to your king, right? She tells you the same thing. The threat is greater than you realize. You know the Darkspawn are there. The threat is greater than the Darkspawn. She just told you what threat is greater than any tainted creature. What threat is greater than any Darkspawn? The exact threat that hides in Logain's heart. She just literally told you that. Now you know what's going on and why. If you miss it, it must be on purpose at that point. So, staying ignorant on purpose is the definition of stupidity. Being ignorant on purpose. So, there you go.
Me, I am just an old woman who lives in the
Yeah,
wild.
sure she is.
I know nothing of blights and darkspawn.
Dude,
Well,
bullshit! She just straight up lied to you right there.
Obviously thinks the Darkspawn are a minor threat. We must warn everyone this isn't the case.
And who will believe you? Unless you think to convince this Logain of his mistake.
Oh, she just
betrayed his
told
own
you this
king.
Logain is Dumat
If
himself.
our Eamon knew what he did
Basically,
at Ostagar,
incarnate.
he would be the first to call for his execution. I suppose. Al Eamon wasn't at Ostagar. He still has all his men.
Does he?
And he was Kaelin's uncle.
The
I
Kuslins
know
don't.
him. He's a good man.
The Kuslins
respected
don't
in
have
the
all their
landscape.
men. I know. I watched them get
course.
murdered
We could go to
by
Redcliffe and appeal
Logain's
to him for help.
rumpy-pumpy, lap-licking, dick-suck dog, Rendon Howe. Oh, that's the first one that dies. We'll get to everybody else, but Rendon Howe. Oh no, he dies first. Yeah, whoever killed my parents, whoever murdered my people for Satan, anti-ICE, pro-Biden. Yeah, if you voted for Kamal on purpose, you need to go first. Yeah. Then we'll talk about the rest later. I don't give a shit about your archdemon. I don't really give a shit about Logain. You motherfucker. Oh, you gotta go. Oh yeah. That's gonna be the most satisfying thing in this game ever. And I think if you play a city elf, you've got a target that's basically equal to that. True story.
Of course. The treaties.
Alistair just now figured this out, by the way.
Aid from dwarves, elves, mages, and other places.
It only took you prodding Alistair like 18 times for him to finally figure it out.
But dwarves,
Oh, of
elves,
course.
mages, this
Seriously, dude?
army, and who knows what else. This sounds like an army to me.
So can we do this? Go to Redcliffe and these other places and build an army?
Sure.
So you are set then, ready to be Grey Wardens. No, thank you. You are the Grey Wardens here, not I. Now, before you go, there is yet one
So
more
I guess
thing
what she's
I'll
really telling you here
The stew is
is,
bubbling
as a
under
Grey
there. Shall we
Warden,
have two
as a
guests,
cursed
Lady
one,
Eve?
you're cursed.
Or none?
The Grey Wardens
She
are leaving
can't-
shortly, girl.
She can't
And you will be
defeat
joining
an archdemon.
Such a shame. What?
If she were
You
corrupted,
heard me, girl.
she would probably
The last
be
time I
an
looked, you had
archdemon.
ears.
But she's not in the abyss. She's here. Just like Solus is here. I've heard other rumors like Sandal and even Sarah, maybe, because there's supposed to be 9 old gods, right? And this is the last of the 5 old gods that were sent to the abyss. And that's what Duncan tells you at the beginning of the game. He shows you 5 Darkspawn at an altar. That altar is the same one that you see in Dragon Age 2 that has the red lyrium idol on it. Just put that in your library and just think about it. It's kind of half and half. Some people were supposed to escort with Rendon Howe's men who were delayed on purpose so that like your force was divided. Apparently the Kuslin force is probably ambushed or waylaid along the way, and they don't make it to Ostagar in time. If they do, it's just a portion of them. The rest of them are waiting for Rendon Howe's forces, and Rendon Howe comes and murders half of the Kuslin forces. That's how I understand it. I mean, prove me wrong. I'm not saying I know that. That's just how I think it happened. But I would guess that there would be an ambush on the way for... I know your brother and the entire scouting party, and we could include a lot of the forces that went with them. They were ambushed out in the Kakari Wilds. And supposedly your brother escapes. We just don't ever get the rest of that story. Because, you know, Failguard and Inquisition. We just don't get it. That sucks. But that's supposed to be a thing. Your brother's like the only one escapes. That's why I think that person that's crawling back is one of Logain's assassins sent out to murder anybody that came from the Kuslan scouts. And he won't tell you that he needs to speak to the king. I just need to get back to camp. If you had seen traitors and you were a survivor, you would say something. Logain is ambushing us. Logain sent assassins to kill us, and I'm the lone survivor. I need to get to the king. That's what you would have heard. That's not what you heard. You heard, I need to get back to camp, and I can just make it back, and just help me get back. That's why I killed him. Because it doesn't make any sense. If that was one of the king's scouts, remember, Logain is running his own private army against the king in the Tower of the Shawl, out in the Kakari Wilds. He's even running the what do you call them? The Ash Warriors. He's even running them. And they were delayed so that Logain's assassins could go out and kill the Kuslan scouts. And I don't know what portion of the Kuslan army went with your brother, but apparently your brother survives. I just don't ever hear anything about it for the rest of the game. Ever. Like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's supposed to be lore associated with it, but if there's lore, why isn't it in the game? I would think I would have seen something about it by now. I mean, maybe I will one day, and then it'll just be like, oh, no shit. Okay, so... You know, the Kuslan brother is somehow, like, in exile in Antiva or some shit. Who knows? I really don't know. And they were delayed on purpose. So, yeah, I don't know what portion. I just know they were all murdered. And you get to kill a lot of them too, but the bottom line is your entire family line, if it weren't for you, is gone. I mean, like, even your brothers, even your fucking nephew, like little bro who doesn't know the difference between a winch and a wench, little bro gets fucking murdered, like fucking executed. And if you think Ren and Houseman aren't capable of child molestation and murder, what the fuck do you think Anders is capable of? Let's just go ahead and bring that back to front and center. Just saying. True story, right? Anyway. The game is a whole lot darker than it's allowed to be. Remember, you got certain ratings. Right?
Have I no say in this?
You have been itching to get out of the wilds for years. Here is your chance. As for you, Wardens, consider this repayment for your lives.
Not to look a gift horse in the mouth, but won't this add to our problems? Out of the wilds, she's an apostate.
If you do not wish help from us illegal mages, young man, perhaps I should have left you on that tower.
Yeah, maybe swooping was good.
Mother.
Dude, why the fuck does Anders talk
This is not
sometimes?
how I wanted this.
It's like, dude, if
I'm
you're
not
that
even
stupid,
ready.
just...
You must be ready.
What, just...
Alone, these two must unite for Eldon.
If Alistair never talked again...
They need you, Morrigan. Without you,
somehow an evil world would still be a slightly more intelligent place because Alistair just never talked ever again.
Understand.
Anybody else finds stupid people insufferable?
I give you that which I value.
I mean, maybe Alistair's just ignorant.
World.
Maybe
I do this because you must succeed.
Maybe he's challenged. He might be handicapped. Alistair might be handicapped. He's got a good heart, but he might be seriously handicapped. We need to take that into consideration and show him the mercy that we would give anybody just trying to live their life in a good way. Because you know what? I would give Alistair credit for trying to live his life in a good way more than even my character and pretty much anybody else in our party. Trying. You may only have this much to work with, but you're trying this hard. What if you have this much to work with and you don't try at all? In fact, you use all this that you got to work with to do bad shit. I'd rather have somebody that only has this much to work with, but tries this hard to do the right thing. True story. Maybe don't be so hard on the beaver. I think I'm going to nickname Alistair Beaver. Beaver Cleaver. Well, no, actually, Beaver was actually kind of smart. So, yeah, I don't really have any You know what? Never mind. I'm just going to shut up.
Allow me to get my things, if you please.
If you please. With her big hands.
I am at your disposal, Grey Wardens. I suggest a village north of the Wilds as our first destination. It is not far, and you will find much you need there. Or, if you prefer, I shall simply be your silent guide. The choice is yours.
I prefer you speak your mind.
You will regret saying that.
You will regret saying
Sweet
that.
mother, you are so kind to cast me out like
I do kind of like
How
Flemeth.
fondly I shall remember this moment.
Well, I always said, if you want something done, do it yourself. Or hear about it for a decade or two afterwards.
Do you really want to take her along because her mother says so? I guess you're right. The Grey Wardens have
You're
always
getting
taken
ads?
allies
Oh,
where they could find
shit.
I am so pleased to have your approval.
Well, that means you're special. Then, I mean, like they are targeting you with ads. Like the only ads here is if you jump into the stream and you get an ad to start the stream. Damn it, YouTube has to justify making something off of you, right? But if you're getting mid-roll ads every 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes or something, yeah. If you jumped into the stream and you got an ad because you clicked on a stream on YouTube, yeah, that's going to happen every single time. And if you're getting ads all of a sudden and nobody else is, sorry, man, I guess you're just special. If you're trying to make a point, just don't. Just don't. Don't go there. It'll actually piss me off, actually, at some point. Like right now. Piss me off.
I may have answers. Ask.
Oh, there's got to be somebody special in the stream. There's got to be somebody special and unique that's getting something that nobody else is getting just to make a point about it. So if you're that special, they're telling you you're special. Awesome. Although you're chatting with me in the middle of your ads that you're apparently getting. I'm not saying you're not getting ads. I'm just saying you're special if you're getting ads because nobody else is. All right, so cool, man. I'm not going to apologize for that because I didn't make it happen. And if you've got something else to say about it, then you're creating an issue where there isn't any. But I promise you, you should probably shut the fuck up and just not make an issue out of nothing when there isn't an issue. And if you just want to create one, then you make it be one and I'll make it end one. How's that? Cool? If it's not cool, we can deal with this right now. Why the fuck am I even talking about this? Why the fuck did you even mention that? Just to make a point? Alright, well, let me, you know what, actually. Alright, so let's give a spanking. Let's give a spanking. And if you don't like a spanking, then you can fuck off and never come back again. Because I guess, yeah, just spanking. Alright, let's see. Let's make it a 30-minute timeout. Not 5 minutes, 30-minute timeout. Alright, there we go. Alright, so you don't get to be special for another 30-minute. And if you come back after 30 minutes and you got a problem, I will enjoy destroying you. I will enjoy that. Because you reveal your character in the things you say and when you say them and why you say them and what you're doing. You understand that, right? That's how the real world works. That's how people respond to you. You want to come across a certain way, dude, what the fuck? I have to accept that. I've been doing this shit almost every day for over a decade. And I got to accept the consequences of how I come across. Well, guess what? You do too. So there you go. 30 minutes of shut the fuck up. Why the fuck did you even type all that shit and press enter on purpose in the first place? And then do it again. Just to make a point to make yourself special. It's my stream, not yours. Yeah, you're special until you're extra special. And then guess what? You're not really special at that point. And there was no reason for me to even take 1 minute out of my time doing this so that I could deal with that. So that you could feel special for a moment. I hope you got your special for a moment. You were special for a second. That's your 5 seconds of fame on a stream that only has 13 people in it. There you go. You're a winner in nothing. All right, good deal. Anyway, I think I can get a couple points. I'm using Morgan like this entire playthrough. The entire point of this playthrough is to make Morgan a blood mage. Like, this really isn't even about me. It's about Morgan. So we're gonna make her gangster as shit. Although I still think we invest heavily into Win when we get her. Because by the time we get her, she's going to be... I mean, maybe we don't even have to. We're still going to buy all of our tomes and get all of our stuff and then figure out who actually needs them. We're going to have several magic tomes. I say we get to... Probably go to Lothering and probably get to level... At least 17. I would say 20. Let's get to level 20. We'll get to level 20. We'll just do that. We'll get to level 20, and then we'll see where we're at after that. Can we do that tonight? Let's see, what time is it? It's 2 in the morning. We're going to be up for a while. What's up, Dylan? What's up, man? Hey, Dylan, I forgot. What's your dog's name, man? What's your dog's name? Bella. Bella, right? Sorry, I asked for a second. You got, what is it? Who is it? Champ? Is it Champ? Somebody has a dog named Duke. You got Bella, though. I have to ask, what's Bella's favorite snack? Like just what is her stuff? Like this is her go-to, you know? Yeah, Bella. Yeah, Bella. I just remembered. Bella the dog homie. Bella the dog homie. What's your favorite snack? I had Biggie Fry. His favorite snack was, I would say, cheese, but honestly, I think it was turkey. I think duck and chicken. Okay, so bologna. Oh, nice. Bologna instead of bologna. Bologna. Nice. I think Biggie Fry's was turkey. I guess turkey chicken, like pretty much kind of the same thing. Like he was like a super turkey fan. But my buddy here, hold on. I gotta show you this. Oh man, I got a bunch of apps on here. Like I don't know how I show just the home screen by itself, but this is Baby Cakes. Like literally, her name is Baby Cakes, And I don't know why, but we just all call her the Cake anyway. So there's her eyeballs, right? And she's actually resting on a football. This is my home screen and my lock screen on my phone, because the Cake is like, she's just my buddy. Man, her shit is roast beef. Like dude, roast beef. She goes, and she likes any kind of cheese too. It's like her palate is a little bit more advanced. It's a little bit broader spectrum than Biggie Fry's was. But yeah, friggin' roast beef. She's gaga for roast beef. Seriously.
From time to time, I have been to the village I mentioned, watched its people,
awesome.
And pondered what
her entire face is almost gray now.
On occasion,
that's an older picture. Like, dude, she's got gray brows, a gray forehead, a gray.
Knew me as an outsider.
Gray everything.
Mother wishes for me to
expand
the horizon of my experience beyond the wild.
12?
Even she was not born here.
12. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it. She's not my dog, but I have been known to attract dogs that just like, we just kind of like have a bond, and it just is what it is, right? And it's like, yeah, she's my buddy. Like, when I show up, she freaks out. Like, she freaks out like she hasn't seen me in a long time. Which, I mean, honestly, she probably hasn't seen me in a long time sometimes. But she will tuck herself in, like, just laying here with me. If it's nap time, she's gonna be like on my lap, or she's gonna be tucked in right here, or whatever. And she's just right there. That's not just where she feels safe, which she's just letting me know that, yeah, you're my buddy, and I'm your best friend, and that's it. That's all. We're best friends, and whatever happens from here, we're best friends. Like, that's literally who she is. Yeah, and there's just this bond there, and I can talk to her, and she understands, and she's super intelligent dog too. She's just best friends. Anyway. Lyndon Bassett Johnson? Are you serious? Oh man, I think Morgan, I don't know, would Morgan's story be a horror story? Or would Morgan's story be like a disciplinarian story? You know what I mean? I don't think it's like all this horrification bullshit as she makes it out to be, with her unmatured mind. I think her upbringing is like specifically disciplined a certain way so that she turns out a certain way, so that she's available to carry on what Flemeth knows needs to be carried on. Because I think Flemeth knows what's going to happen with Solus too. Because remember, she gives a part of herself to Solus, but she reserves a part of that to give to Morgan, and Morgan isn't with Solus, right? They're kind of opposites, if you ask me. They're certainly not friends. So, yeah, that's some shit that actually happens in Inquisition. Anyway. Lyndon Bassett Johnson, what a name. Oh, that's LBJ. Like why LBJ? Like seriously, why LBJ for a dog? That's friggin' awesome. Well, I gotta hear the story. Now there's a story behind that. Like that particular name. Is that what LBJ's actual name was? Was it Lyndon Bassett? Is that what B stands for? Is that like an actual thing? I know it was Lyndon Johnson. I didn't know. Why would you name your dog after LBJ? Seriously. crazy. It's fucking hilarious, actually. So, no, LBJ's middle name was not. Basset, a basset hound. I was about to say a basset. I'm like basset, what basset hound? Like a pointer, right? With the ultimate howl, growl, bark, something, whatever that is that basset hounds do that nobody else does. Oh, that's awesome. Just LBJ, LBJ, the basset hound. That's fantastic. That's awesome. See, these terms of endearment, like that's what makes pets like unique. I mean, if we're pet lovers here, let's just be honest. You got a piece of your heart set aside for a particular animal, and it's different than people. Sometimes it's better than people. I'd say often it's better than people. It just depends on who you are, I guess. So I'm not going to speak for anybody else, but whatever. You got a piece of your heart here, and when that animal passes, which they will, and you know this, and that becomes even more endearing. It's like they have way too short of a time. I know sometimes it's like, okay, I'll take a shorter time to give them a longer time, because that's my best friend, and that's just it. That's all. And then when that animal inevitably goes across the Rainbow Bridge, I believe that's uniformly what that's referred to, then that piece of your heart is never, ever, ever replaced by anybody else. The beautiful thing is if you live a really long life and you have a lot of animals, you have an infinite amount of space in your heart. But let's just be honest. If you got that one spot for that one particular animal, and then you've got another animal that's completely unique, it's another spot, and then another animal, and then maybe a person, and then another animal, and then maybe a person, right? And so on and so forth. And you've got all this room in your heart for all this stuff. Those spots are never filled by anything else. They're not empty. They're filled by the person that made that spot there, and that spot is just, it's It's sanctified. It is what it is. That's that particular memory of that particular individual, whether it be a pet or a person, child, wife, husband, mother, father, brother, sister, dog, cat, lizard, I don't know, ferret. Ferrets are freaking awesome. Otter. Maybe you had a friggin' otter. I would love an otter. I'm not gonna lie. I would love to be best friends with an otter, and we could just do whatever that is. Not really sure what you would even do, and I'd figure it out though, because that would be pretty friggin' cool. Anyway, stuff like that. You've got that much infinite space in your heart. Your heart isn't limited, and if it is, it's because you're limiting it. So don't allow as much space for as much of those people, animals, persons, places, things to take a piece of that pie just to make you better. To be honest, they don't have to be replaced, and it can hurt. It can hurt when you think about it, but honestly, if it didn't hurt when you think about somebody you're missing, no matter who it is, if it didn't hurt, that's kind of disrespectful to that person, right? If I love you and I lost you, that would hurt forever. And if it didn't, I would chastise myself. I'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Remember how amazing this person is. And now that they're gone, don't ever forget that. And if you have to cry in the shower, or you have to weep in your friggin' pillow and just scream out loud because you just wish they were there, that's respect. That's respect. Everything else is not respect. True story. Just had to bring that up because that's just the way I feel about that stuff. Anyway. Yeah. Anyway.
What I want is to see mountains. I wish to witness the ocean and step into its waters. I want to experience a city rather than
True story.
it in my mind.
Yeah.
So
yeah, your dog's your homie. People are sus.
Actually,
people are sus. Your dog never sus.
Thought, however,
or your cat, or your lizard, or your tarantula, or your turtle, or all the above, whatever. No, never sus. You exactly know where they're at, and you know what you're gonna get. Would they eat you? That's not the point. They'll eat anything. So that doesn't have to be a mutual thing, right? But yeah, no, totally. I'm either gonna be a cannibal or I'm just gonna die. Because it's not coming down to the dog, or the cat, or anybody else. Yeah, that's a special bond right there. That's a special bond.
'Tis a small place of little consequence called Lothering. No more than a stop along your imperial highway where travelers purchase goods from local farms and smiths. I would go more often were it not for the town's chantry. It makes the village particularly intolerant and unpleasant.
You would just go find some food, bring back like a deer.
And they never in all this
you just have a deer, and he's like, I brought you a deer.
Of course they have. They even
but you
pulled
gotta
out
share.
their Templars once.
Right?
They found nothing.
Oh, okay, cool. He would totally bring it back too. Totally bring it back. It's like, okay, I'm sharing, but you got to share, right? Because we got, right? Like that's where we're at, and you'd be like, yeah, that's where we're at. Let's just cook this shit up. Be like, yeah, do the cooking thing. I can't do the cooking thing. I brought the food. You do the cooking thing, and then we'll just eat the shit up. That's a true story. Yeah, your dog would actually do that too. Can you do the cooking thing? Because I'm pretty sure this is delicious, but we need some cooking things going on. I mean, I could eat this, I guess. I don't. It would kind of suck. But cooking, like maybe with some salt and shit, just make it really go down. Yeah, that would be your dog. That would totally be your dog. Like, okay, you do the cooking thing. I got the food thing. You do the cooking thing. This is teamwork. This is teamwork. It's a dog understands it. Get the food, cook the food, eat the better food because it's fucking delicious. And then just go from there. Seriously. It's teamwork, man. Teamwork. All right.
Farewell, Mother. Do not forget the stew on the fire. I would hate to return to a burned-down hut.
Bah! 'Tis far more likely you will return to see this entire area, along with my hut, swallowed up by the blight.
All I meant was...
Yes, I know. Do try to have fun, dear.
I finally leveled up. All right, now we can do things. I'm just gonna do this, to be honest. Wouldn't mind that. Wouldn't mind that either. Now, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take this. Attack and defense. All right, attack and defense, right? I mean, that's cool. Can't have this. Can't have that. Attack and defense. All right. Yeah, okay, so Morgan. So it's kind of like a golden eye, right? Remember, she's the daughter of a dragon. So she's got a bit of the dragon eye thing. I guess that's what you could call it. Right? Believe that's what that is? Not really sure. It's kind of hard to... Let's see. All right, hold on a second. Let's see if we can... It's kind of a golden eye thing. It's like a yellowish green kind of golden type thing. I believe that's... I mean, she's the daughter of a dragon. Flemeth is a dragon. She even tells you, perhaps I am a dragon. She actually tells you that. So, I mean, yeah. What is an archdemon? What is an old god that's corrupted? It's a corrupted dragon. Imagine if Flemeth was corrupted. Maybe some spell was cast on a titan somewhere. Maybe the one in the Descent. In Dragon Age Inquisition, which would corrupt Flemeth. So Flemeth basically kills herself for her lover, Solus, whose motives are sus. Because she knows that once that Titan is discovered, and you, as the Inquisitor, eradicate the Darkspawn that are going to corrupt that Titan, that it's going to be exploited for some other nefarious means. So Flemeth basically sacrifices herself. But she passes on what matters to Morgan. So Morgan becomes Flemeth. That's how I think that was going to pan out. I can't prove it because Dragon Age doesn't exist anymore. But it's based on what I know of the lore. I guess it's something. I guess.
Speak.
If you will. I guess it's something. Anyway, all right. So let's get ranged. Let's see. Self, any. Activate this. Self health minus 100. Just use that anytime ever available. Enemy rank normal or higher. Enemy rank normal or higher. Let's just do that. Self health minus 50. Use lesser health poultice. Works for me. Oh, oh, wait, hold on a second. All right, so let's I'm going to get rid of this. Now she's got willpower. The main thing is spell power and blood magic. Like, that's... Dude. This is almost better on her than it is on me if I'm playing a blood mage. That's how gangster Morgan is. Watch, we're just gonna get her there just so we can play like that. Exactly how that shit actually rolls. Wynn is gonna be a little bit weaker. As long as she can support Alistair, we should be good. Nice, good save. We got a save, so all good. The cold part is, we've already got Puppy Bro, so we missed that entire ambush. That ambush is worth...
And I expect each
like
of you to supply
XP.
these men. We must rebuild what was lost at Ostagar, and quickly.
Why is there so many people here?
There are those who would take advantage of our weakened state if we let them. We must defeat this Darkspawn incursion, but we must do so sensibly and without hesitation.
Your Lordship, if I might speak. You have declared yourself Queen Honora's regent and claim we must unite under your banner for our own good.
Does it seem like there's not extra people here?
But what of the army lost at Ostagar? Your withdrawal was most fortuitous.
Fucking coward. Listen to what the
Everything I
demon
have
says.
done has been to secure Ferelden's independence.
Independence from what?
I have not shirked my
Living?
duty to the throne.
Ferelden now
and
has
neither
independence
will
from
any
living.
of you.
Based on the demon
The
controlling
Baron will
Logain.
not bow to you simply because you demand it.
Understand this. I will brook no threat to this nation from
The only
you
threat to this nation is you.
or anyone.
But it's a demon talking, so as long as you understand that, Logain can never win on the basis of truth.
Bantegan, please!
Your Majesty, your father risks civil
Your father
war.
is inciting
If
civil
Eamon
war.
were here-
Risks. Don't be a politician. Don't be a pussy.
Antigon,
Your father
my
is
father is doing
making
what is
this
best.
happen.
Did
not,
he also do what
not
was best for
risking it.
your husband, Your Majesty?
Hey, you stupid fucking... Now, she's a woke cunt that's gonna just preach for the Democratic Party because she thinks she's supposed to, because she's incapable of thinking for herself. Oh, imagine that.
Wake up, gentlemen. More travelers to attend to. I'd guess the pretty one is the leader.
They don't look much like them others.
This
Maybe
dude
we
sounds
should
like a
just let
genius,
them
doesn't he?
Nonsense. Greetings, travelers.
Highwaymen preying on those fleeing the
Seriously.
Darkspawn, I suppose.
It's a...
They're fools to get in our way.
They'll
I say,
save
teach
my
them a lesson.
travelers.
How is that any way to greet someone? A simple 10 silvers and you're free to move on.
Oh, well. You're toll collectors then. Oh.
Indeed, for the upkeep of the Imperial Highway. It's a bit of a mess, isn't it?
Perhaps you should charge more.
You want to pay more? Well, we'll happily accept donations.
This is a real rough business for you. For such a pittance.
I could be mistaken, but that sounded threatening.
Sounded like a threat to me.
Interesting, because
Yep.
you seem a bit outnumbered.
Well, Ariel. You want to know a real life reference? You just brought it up. You just brought it up. All right, I'm going to give you a real life reference. Just so you know, it's always true. Here you go. All right. Well, you didn't ask for this, but I'll give it to you. It's a good point. It has to do with the real world. Why there's so much divorce, why there's so much division in family, why there's division in every government, every church, everything. So, here you go. Let's copy that. Yeah, there you go. It's also in 2 Timothy, but there you go. Without understanding covenant breakers. Covenant breakers. What's the most solemn vow? That of marriage, right? Especially if you're having children. Covenant breakers. Without natural affection. Implacable. Unmerciful. It goes on, but that's... I mean, you can actually read a little bit before that and read a little bit after that, and you can see how most people are these days. There you go. So, yeah, you definitely make a covenant with Honora and her satanic political side. Remember, God is government. Satan is politics. They're not the same thing. If all of your governors are politicians, then you're in for a bad time. You're going to have everything that you earn taken from you, and every right that you have stolen from you, and everything that you're afraid of inflicted upon you. That's what's going to happen. It's called socialism, communism, Satanism, liberal, woke. You can call it what you want. It's all the same thing. Well, that sounds kind of familiar, right? If your way is the evil way and you don't get your way, then she stabs you in the back. That's been happening since Cain and Abel. Even Flemeth would tell you, don't be naive, child. Like seriously, you're going to act like this is the first time that ever happened? This is a life lesson. Either get it or get gone. Right? I'm not telling you to get gone. I'm just saying that's the message. Get it or get gone. Get it or be a victim. covenant breakers. Like covenant breakers. Like that's like the key central. If you were to say this, covenant breakers, this, it'd be like the central point being made here. Who can you trust? Who can you trust? Well, you can trust your dog. Can you trust your family? If your family is misunderstood, would they turn you over to the enemy thinking they're doing the right thing, even though they're completely misled by evil? Remember, mother would turn her own daughter or son over to death. Who is death? Satan. Brother will betray brother. Father, son, mother, daughter, mother, son, father, daughter, whatever. Sister, brother, uncle, nephew, aunt, niece, right? They would literally betray their own unto death. Who is death? Satan. What does Satan look like? Covenants broken. Yeah. Satan actually looks like Jesus. Doing the right thing, saying, please forgive my brother. They don't know what they're doing. But your brother's right and you're evil. Covenant breakers. Covenant breakers. It's more than just lying to somebody. It's pretty significant. You brought it up. Just go ahead and clarify that one. It's important. It actually is important.
Did she say she's a Grey
Anyway.
Warden? Them ones killed the king.
Well,
Traitors to Ferelden, I hear.
well, as long as you know that, I guess that's cool.
But are them Grey Wardens good? I mean, really good? Good enough to kill a king?
There's something else to look at so you can know a little bit more.
Forget about the toll. We'll just leave you to your darkspawn fighting, king-killing ways.
Free of charge. Unlike these assholes who are charging you for everything. For just being evil. Yeah, no, free of charge. You brought up the example. It's a real life example. True story. I could use a donation.
Don't say.
That is really good, boss.
Could use a donation.
Well, yes. 20 silvers? That's all we've collected today.
Well, that's a lie.
Then take it. Do enjoy your stay in Lothering and all that.
So the toll was 10 silvers. I just got 20 silvers. And then I'm going to get another sovereign off these assholes. Just seriously. Okay, this is actually pretty cool. So if you look at the bottom left, it should show that we get a sovereign at some point. But yeah, let's go ahead and save real quick. Because I can easily die here too. These bandits aren't pushovers. But
We are not alone. Really not alone.
Now's better than later. No mercy! Got it. Can I get you a ladder so you can get off my back? Now's better than later. You're hopeless! I'll get on it.
everybody alive? Oh, nice.
Maker.
Let us end it!
All right. We surrender.
we
We're just
surrender.
trying to get
No,
by.
all of your
The
friends are
darkspawn
dead.
Get us all.
But yeah, and they have to be telling the truth. They must be toll collectors trying to fix the King's Road. They're totally not doing whatever they're obviously doing. They have that must be what it is. They probably had like an ID or a badge or something, right? Yeah, 100%. I could do better than this. I love what he says. All right.
guess so.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I guess I'm a worse criminal than you are. I guess. All Alright, so... hand over everything you've stolen.
Yes, yes, of course. The coins we collected are right here. Just over 100 silvers.
Nice.
The rest is in the chest we brought. I swear.
Nice. Now you die.
I'm not going down without a fight.
I got a buck and a half. Did y'all see that? That was a sovereign and a half from that piece of shit. So you actually get the coins. That's actually really, really cool. And plus some extra silver and whatever. So trap triggers. Okay, so I think what we need to do here, let's hope we can do this before the end of the stream. We gotta pretty much clear out all of Lothering, and then we're gonna max level. Well, maybe not max level, but we're gonna get to at least 20. Get to at least level 20. So that Morgan can just be a blood mage.
Well, there it is.
And then I guess
Lothering.
if it comes down to something, then you take Morgan out of the equation.
You have finally decided to rejoin us, have you?
But you
Falling
can
on
always
blade in
keep-
grief seemed like too much trouble. I
Always
take it.
keep
Is my being upset
Alistair.
so hard to understand? Have you never lost someone important to you? Just what would you do if your mother died?
Before or after I stopped laughing.
Right, very creepy. Forget I asked.
His navel, I suspect. He certainly has
I
been
want to talk about my
contemplating it for
I
long
want to talk
enough.
about my belly button.
I guess
Because I've been
this is
I've
the
been
part
I've
where
been
we're
looking
shocked
at my
to
belly
discover
button.
how you've never had a friend your entire life.
I
Seriously?
can be friendly when I desire to, alas desiring to be more intelligent.
How can you not want Morgan in your party?
Anyway, I thought
Like,
we should talk about where we intend to go
always.
first.
I mean, like sarcasm, dude. Like I think the nectar of life is sarcasm. There's actual biblical examples of sarcasm. Like God is just like sarcastically like, seriously, you're that stupid and you're blaming me, bro. Dude, it's sarcasm. Dude, I love that shit. That's my favorite thing on. Sarcasm is my favorite thing. If I ever get mad at sarcasm, it's because it exposes my inadequacy or weakness so badly that I get offended by it. But to get offended by sarcasm, sarcasm is it's just this. It's the elixir of life. It's like literally everything that matters. If you're sarcastic, you win somehow. If you're not sarcastic, if you hate sarcasm, you're a bad person. I don't know how else to say that. If you hate sarcasm, or if you don't like sarcasm, you're just a bad person. And if you don't like being a bad person, well, start to appreciate sarcasm. And if you can't appreciate sarcasm, you'll never get it. And you're just going to be that fucking insecure nerd motherfucker that's just the reason that nerds get a bad name. I guess. I don't know, man. There's just sarcasm. Every nerd I've ever met that can't appreciate sarcasm, they're just fucking hateful and spiteful. And I'm talking from as a gamer. But anybody that appreciates sarcasm, they're the people that you invite to your party when you play a game. And they're the motherfuckers that you can laugh with. And they're just the most gangster. They're like your best friends on social media, your best friends on Xbox, PlayStation, just at work. Like dude, if I got a coworker that can appreciate sarcasm and we can just be sarcastic as fuck, I'm telling you, an 8-hour shift goes by in like 30 minutes. And everybody just does their job. And everybody just gets complimented later. Why? Because of sarcasm. It's the nectar of life. Honestly, I'm not saying Christianity is sarcasm, but Christianity involves a lot of sarcasm and making fun of people for just being that stupid. It really does. And I'm actually, I don't know, I'm not trying to create prophecy or anything, but I'm just saying, man, sarcasm, if you don't get sarcasm, you're kind of fucked. If you don't appreciate it, You're no fun to be around. I don't even want to know you. And, well, it's like, well, I don't want to know you either. Okay, that's fine. That's fair. But seriously? I mean, everybody that loves sarcasm, I pray for you guys and girls. There's a difference. There was a little bit of sarcasm there. I pray for you guys and girls. There's a difference. See, that's sarcasm. That's the beauty of it. It's just a beautiful thing, and the world needs all of that and nothing of anything else. And honestly, if the entire world were sarcastic, it would actually be a lot of fun. Like, I mean, you could actually enjoy sports, and you could actually, listen to a politician and just make some memes and just expose that evil piece of shit for exactly what it is, and listen to your pastor and just be sarcastic as fuck because God's on your side and that pastor is absolute full of Satan's asshole shit. Yeah, that type of stuff. Yeah, I mean, the entire world would just be a better place if just we had a lot of that and pretty much nothing else. And that would work for me. Anyway, just saying.
Well, we'll need to decide eventually. Let's head into the village when you're ready.
Absolutely. Yeah, you miss out on everything. Like if every single statement that actually says something is over your head, that means you can't get sarcasm. You don't understand sarcasm. If every single statement, if every single joke, if everything that everybody else is getting is just over your head, you can't understand sarcasm. That's a rule. So yeah,
So let's talk about your mother for a moment.
I'd rather talk about your
Nice.
mother.
Well, there's nothing
Beautiful.
to talk about. And besides, isn't your mother a scary witch who lives in the middle of a forest?
Beautiful.
Much more interesting.
To you, perhaps, you would find the moss growing upon a stone interesting.
You know what's more interesting than that? Apostates, mages outside of the...
I'm scared. When are we going home?
You there. If you're looking for safe shelter, I'll warn you. There's none to be found.
That's Fenris. That is Fenris's voice.
Ah, look how they moan and wail and gnash their teeth.
I'm cold.
Endlessly
I
they
don't
scurry
like
about.
this.
Let's get rid of this bitch.
Back off. I have the right to charge what I wish.
You profit
I have the
from
right
their
to charge what I
misfortune.
wish.
I should have the Templars give away
You profit
everything
from
in
their
your purse.
misfortune. No, he doesn't.
Any of you
Literally,
step
this
too
is
close
the
to my
woke
goods
people
and I'll-
who steal
so
everything from the
nice to see
people.
everyone
This is a
working
religious
together in a
leader
crisis.
who steals from people,
Oh, you there.
getting them
You
to
look able.
buy
Would you care to make a
some
tiny profit helping a
salvation
beleaguered
with their
businessman?
fucking religious hypocrisy. And this merchant here bought some goods, marked them up, and is selling them at a specific price. Is it marked up? Is it marked down? It's marked up because that's what it's worth. If you want to buy them back, this is what it costs. You gave them up, but now shit is going down. I saw the shit going down, so I bought all your shit at a fair price. And then I marked it up because I saw shit was going down. Now you want to buy this shit back because you're fucking stupid? That's on you. That's fair marketplace. There is no farmer's market that would say this is a bad thing. But the chantry, the woke people, will condemn you for what they do 25-8. Not 24/7, 25/8, 366. This is what they do all the time, plus some. And they want to condemn you in their religious hypocrisy by making your business decisions out to be some kind of spiritual transgression. This cunt, if she died, the world would be a better place. She's a woke religious leader or a Democrat, whatever you want to call it. Markets. Oh man. No, that's well, you know what? Actually, Ariel, I'm going to give you another example. You have farmers markets. Where do those not really take place? They really don't take place in cities. If you have a farmers market that takes place in a city, place where people are packed like cockroaches, where crime infects itself until it's like a snowball, and then crime is like, you know, some poor innocent girl escaping war just gets stabbed in the fucking neck by some dude with dreads because he knows he's going to get out of jail the same day, even though it's been arrested 75 times for the same thing, right? That's what cities are about. Farmers markets are country. If they take place in a city, it's still country. It's a country ethic in a city place. But where farmers markets actually prevail is that it knocks out the second, third, and fourth middleman. And it's just, I make these goods. Do you want to come buy them? And I will sell them at a fair price. And if you're willing to pay that, we can make a deal. There's no shipping. There's no whatever. There's no commercialism. There's no advertising. There's nothing that Satan has put into place to replace the simple fact is, I have this, and I will sell it to you for that. It's a fair price for fair labor. That's a farmer's market. What cities do is they involve corporations, marketing, advertising, taxes, and all the other satanic shit that Satan's children, Cain's children have done. And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you something. I'm just going to show you this, so you know I'm not making this shit up. And this is exactly why it is the way it is, and why it should be this way, and why it isn't, and why it's exactly this way. I will show it to you. Hold on a second. You didn't ask me about this, and if you don't care, then I don't care, because this is what I feel moved to show you. And if you want to just put that in your pipe and smoke it for a second, cool. If not, that's fine. But I have to show you this. I have to show you this. Let's see. Let's see. King. Which I don't even think AI can. Oh, it's actually not giving it to me. All right, but you know what? Actually, all right. So this is hiding the truth, because the line of Seth is actually Adam's line. Cain is Satan's line. But in Genesis 4:17. Cain, the firstborn son of Adam and Eve. No, that is a lie. Cain is not the firstborn son of Adam and Eve. Seth is the firstborn son of Adam and Eve. Cain is the firstborn son of Satan and Eve. So this is where the lie is. Anyway, so let's see. Let me just go look this up. And now we're getting like a new King James alternate version, plus Satan's fucking asshole taking a shit on the scripture version here. Oh wow. Anyway, all right, so let's see if I can look this up in a different way. All right, let's see. Cain's son, builder of cities. Hold on a second. Well, I mean, it's telling me here. I'm trying to. It's in Genesis. Anyway, so one of Cain's sons was a builder of cities, and cities are like cockroach apartments for people to escalate crime and get away from God's sovereignty in terms of you being a person doing the right thing and you following along with whatever Cain sets forth with your taxes, with your directives, with your laws. And your laws is an important part because almost all of man's laws are opposite of God's laws now. That's why child molesters are allowed to exist. They're supposed to be executed. Traitors, Democrats are supposed to be executed. Executed. That's it. And you learn not to do that here. Maybe you can do that somewhere else, but you can't do that here. Yeah, so child molesters, kidnappers. Kidnappers are what? Sex traffickers. What do you think ICE is going after? Sex traffickers. Little children. They're child molesters and pimps and sex traffickers. Kidnappers. They're supposed to be executed, put to death. Not exiled, not sent somewhere, not catering to Democrats that brought these people here on purpose to what would you call it? Exploit your white children and your Hispanic and black children too. Mostly your white children. Yeah, see, like these things are supposed to be executed. Executed publicly so that people know not to do that here. Do you understand how different the world would look if God's law actually took place? You wouldn't have these children that are raped, tortured, mutilated, burned, sacrificed, eaten after and before being molested by people that are making your laws. Yeah, see, that shit wouldn't happen because these people would be executed on site. And the Epstein files probably wouldn't even exist. Think about it. Do you think God doesn't know every single detail of every single thing that's happened with every single cartel, with every single Eastern European, with every single fucking... You ever seen the movie Taken? Yeah, with every single thing that's happened there in Europe and America amongst God's people, Israel. Who do you think Israel is? Some little postage stamp country in the East? I mean, yeah, as a land, yeah. As a people, that's your Canadians, that's your Americans, that's your Europeans, yeah, your Caucasians, that's what that's called. And all the offenses that have been committed by us, by every communist, by every Satanist, by every Democrat, by every traitor, by every liberal. Remember, the liberals made slaves. It was the Democrats that always had slaves and the Democrats that always voted against making people free throughout history. There you go, man. Oh wow, yeah, dude. I was born in California. I was actually born in Reseda, Woodland Hills, Reseda, basically the same thing. Yeah, I was born there, and I lived in the poorest section of Santa Barbara until I moved to Texas, and my mom got me out of California, and she thought it was the best idea. It's probably the one good decision she actually made. Yeah, I'll just say that. Don't want to disrespect my mom, but don't want to give her any more respect than she deserves either. So let's just put it that way. Anyway, bottom line is, yeah, having fled that area and what it represents now, like literally, California is Satan's asshole. Satan's syphilis-infected penis is Washington, D.C. Satan's asshole is California. Satan's mouthpiece is probably like, I don't know, like Maine. I don't know. Martha's Vineyard. It's all the same shit. It's all part of the whore of Babylon. That's what it looks and sounds like. It calls itself Democrat or woke or progressive or whatever. I don't know. It's just literally Satan's syphilis, AIDS infected fucking diarrhea, vomit, and spuge just incarnate as people who make our laws and tell us what to do and take all of our money while they do shit to kids that if you printed that shit, you would be put in jail, even though they did it. If you were to say what they did, you would be put in jail for saying what our leaders did to children. Think about that for a second. You would be put in jail for saying publicly what our leaders have done to fucking children. You would be put in jail by the people that did that shit to the children, that wrote the laws to put you in jail so that they can use your tax dollars to do that to more children. You think Epstein's Island was unique? Have you ever heard of the Grove? Can you even find the Grove on Google? The Grove is about 100 years before Epstein's Island, and Epstein's Island is just one leaf on a twig, on a branch, on a very big tree. One of the roots of that tree is the Grove. And the only reason I can even speak on that is because my uncle has been there. May he die in a fire. Just saying. If you know, you know. Anyway.
I'm not the only one with some business sense.
He is charging outlandish prices for things people desperately need. Their blood is filling his pockets.
'Tis only survival of the fittest. All of these cretins.
I don't think there's really any difference at this point,
given the
Ariel.
Chance.
I have limited
between
supplies.
the parties.
The people decide what those
You might
supplies
have an
are worth.
individual trying to do something, but do you understand how much ground you have to give to make one good thing happen? Do you understand how much bad you have to allow to happen
I've 100
and then try to control
silver. You'd like
that?
to rabble off, starting with that priest. I'm an honest merchant, nothing more.
It's brutal. It's brutal.
You would actually do the bidding of this evil little man.
This evil little man? Who the fuck is she? Like, seriously, who the fuck is she?
Fine. May your heartlessness bring you exactly what you deserve.
May you say that in a mirror and die
if I've ever heard
as soon as it comes out of your
So nice. I bet you
fucking
make allies everywhere you
barbecued
go.
beef jerky, satanic woke-ass fucking mouth. You hypocritical religious cunt. You satanic... You're fucking Satan Jesus Church speaker. You fucking cunt. Die as soon as you say that. If she ceases to exist, I hope she died painfully as soon as that came out of her hypocritical, religious, fucking Kenneth Copeland ass, fucking beef jerky, Satan, dick sucking fucking mouth. Just saying. And a discount.
Right, fair
Yeah,
enough.
I need a
But
discount.
over you.
I need a discount after all that. Oh, what do you got
This
then?
way.
It's like,
And beware the urchins.
okay,
Grab your little hands.
what do you got then? Well, that's got a rune slot, so I guess I'm buying that. That doesn't. That doesn't. Nice. Nice.
Done now. Are you happy?
The Chanters are still operating their board. How that's
So
dedication.
I'm cold. I don't like this.
the one thing we don't want to do
I have nothing you want.
is that quest. But we want to do
Why are you
everything else,
staring at me
right?
So, you flea-ridden beast.
We want to do everything else.
I have a wonder, Alistair, if you will indulge me.
Do I have a choice?
Yeah, you have to pay
Of
her.
the two of you that
You have to
remain,
pay
I've
her for a
never
blessing.
seen a Grey Warden here.
Yeah, literally.
I
Like
find it
that
curious
says
you allow
everything you
another
need to know.
maid while
You know, just one
Curious.
percent of your finery could feed these people.
Is this the
She's
policy
sitting
of
here
the Grey
talking to you
Wardens, or simply
in a
a personal
robe
one?
What do you want
woven
to
with
hear?
gold.
That I
Like her
prefer to
robe is
follow?
worth like 50
I do.
sovereigns.
You sound so
And she's
very
telling you that
expensive.
your finery could feed all of these people because she shouldn't have to do that because she's the spiritual authority here. Fucking religious cunt. Like I said, if she died, the world would be a better place. That's it, that's all.
Now what do you want?
God doesn't have any place for those people. Those people are the enemy. They're not the church. God's body is not a harlot. God's body is not a whore for sale. If those people claiming to be God's body are a whore for sale, that's not God's body. God has virgins, not people that are already taking Satan's spume and getting impregnated by Satan and everything that Satan has to say. Like the rapture doctrine. That's Satan's spume, impregnating your spiritual womb to where you are not a virgin. And when Jesus actually shows up, you're already lying in bed with another man. You think he wants to marry you? You think you're the church? Go fuck yourself with a cactus and die in the process. It'd be better off than face the wrath of the Lamb, if you will.
You got a
True
bed
story.
for the night. You taken care of.
Anyway.
Don't need blades right now. We need beds, food, and an end to all these sad sops. I don't suppose you know anything of
Physical
tonics,
death?
medicines, or herbs.
That's going to happen regardless. But like spiritual death, be too merciful. Oh, it sucks to be blotted out. There's no hellfire forever and ever where you sizzle like bacon and all the righteous prevail and celebrate because you're sizzling like bacon. That doesn't exist. That's Satan's doctrine. That's modern Christianity, which is Satanism. It's literally Satanism. In pretty much almost every church. Not every single one, but most of them. You know if you're there or not. And if you don't, then, well, you're one of the victims, and that's on you. Being blotted out. Meaning that you're so fucking evil that you have no place in heaven. And you just need to be blotted out to where God forgets that you ever existed in the first place. That's the strongest definition of being destroyed. Because you just are not, you're just not cohesive with any good thing. You're literally so pro-liberal. You're so pro-woke. It's what it looks like right now. Sodom and Gomorrah, or woke, or liberal. Is what it looks like right now. That's what it looked like in the first Earth Age, and that's what it looks like now, and that's what it's going to look like at the end of the millennium. And if you just love evil so much and you hate any good thing, like, well, murder is bad, kidnapping is bad, child molestation is bad, all the 10 commandments, breaking those things, murdering on purpose, hating God and loving Satan and calling Satan Jesus and calling Satan God. If that's all you're about, and you can't see past that, God having to destroy you is the saddest thing on ever. Jesus came to save you from that. And if you just have to be evil And you just can't not be evil. God gave you every chance. A chance in the first Earth Age, a chance in this Earth Age, and a chance in the millennium leading into the next Earth Age. And you just can't get it right. You just fucking love evil and you hate good. Thou shalt not kill. Who are you to say so? I'm fucking woke and I've got a nose ring and fucking purple eyebrows and short hair and I have a vagina penis and I'm just fucking everything, including kids. Who wants to spend a single second in heaven with you? No, you don't even want to spend a single second in heaven with you. You just want to die. True story? That's it, that's all. So the worst thing that can happen is you just be blotted out. God's not going to torture you forever and ever. You just will have never existed in the first place. And that just sucks to be you. Because you just have to be woke. You were that way before you were born. You're that way now. That's why you fuck with little kids. That's why you fucking hate ICE. That's why you just hate Trump. Or everything that Trump stands for. I'm not saying Trump is a good guy, but yeah, it's just who and what you are. And you're just made up that way and you refuse to be saved from yourself because you're just a piece of shit. It's really that simple. The line is drawn in the sand. You drew that line. And now you stand on the wrong side of it, and now you want to cry about it and get some mercy from what? Satan? Satan doesn't have any mercy for you. He's dead already. And you're his child, so you're dead too. Unless you get right. Somehow. Only Jesus can make that happen. No person can do that for you. That's the gospel.
Then you may be able to do us a lot of good. All manner of travelers come through, many injured or sick. We do our best, but we're out of supplies. There's medicinal herbs in the woods to the north. If you make a few poultices,
no shit,
I'll scrape together some sort of payment. I'll write all you need to know in this note here.
Woke is just a term. You know that. Yes. You get it. Wow. Wow, Ariel. You actually get it. So that your family, friends, people who have any remembrance of you, which is about the only thing you can take with you, is remembrance, minus the bad stuff. And that you would just not exist. You get it. Wow. That's that is honestly, that's I'm not saying I'm surprised. I'm just going to give you that is honestly the most intelligent spiritual thing I think I've ever heard. Like ever. So that's what it's like, right? Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And if it's not devastating, then I guess you're on the wrong side of the line. But if that's devastating to you, that's exactly how important it is. Wow. That's holy crap. Thank you for that. That's damn. No shit. That's wow. Yeah, no shit.
Have any luck finding herbs in the woods? This will help many people. You're a good sort, you know.
Yeah. Don't need to torture anybody forever and ever. God is not sitting here waiting to smash you in the head with a hammer for eternity. God never said that. Yeah, he didn't create you for that. And, yeah, just being blotted out of his own memory, and by extension, everybody else too. And you just didn't exist ever. Because, yeah, God doesn't want to be reminded of you for eternity on how much of a fucking failure you are because you're a fucking liberal. I mean, that's what you would call it today. Promoting Satan, promoting child molestation, hating people that end sex trafficking, hating fucking everything good that's done, and just loving everything evil that's done. I can't think of a better term for it. Just fucking liberal. Satanist, liberal, left. Right is right, left is wrong. I mean, it's not that hard. And if that's how you've been trained, well, you were probably born that way. The only reason you accept some shit that's like against every ethic and against every moral and against every good thing, the only way you accept all of that shit, whether you went to college for it or you got that shit in elementary school, whether you got that shit at home with your 2 fucking gay parents that fucked you in the ass, whatever the case may be, whatever Satan has done with Sodom and Gomorrah to turn your life into what it is, whatever the reason or whatever, I don't know, you could still make a choice for yourself. And if you can't, then, I mean, you got the millennium, but at the end of the millennium, there's a bunch of people like you too. And they need to go, because nobody wants to spend a minute in heaven with a liberal. No decent, moral person wants to spend 1 second of eternity in heaven with a liberal. There you go. And if you don't like that, it's because you're probably a liberal. Sucks to be you. Maybe you still have a choice, maybe not. But the facts are the facts, and truth is truth, and that's it, that's all. And that's the line that the liberals drew in the sand. Not me. I mean, white is white, black is black. Truth is truth. Then you got everything else. True story?
Did you speak to that knight?
All right, well, we're gonna go get Liliana here today, or I would say tomorrow, but it's actually today.
He talked to everyone in the tavern. How are we supposed to know where the urn of sacred ashes is? Might as well ask
3 in the morning.
Get to the moon.
Yeah,
He said that
I'm gonna go get something to eat.
We're looking for it.
And what we're gonna do is we're gonna clear this entire area. Then we're gonna go do that, probably 500 times. There you go. All right, yeah, that's gonna do it for me. Yeah, it's definitely nostalgia. I don't know why. I don't know either. I mean, I'm glad, I guess. I mean, if you're glad, I'm glad. But, appreciate you hanging out. I mean, yeah, if you're a Dragon Age fan, I guess that happens. Right, cool. We got way off base. I mean, maybe we didn't. I mean, maybe we actually talked about stuff that we need to talk about. And that makes a difference. Talking about real stuff during a video game makes real stuff real. And a video game is just an excuse to talk about real stuff. Maybe you got that, right? Well, thank you. And it was a lot of fun having you guys here. And being able to just talk about just whatever. I mean, whatever comes up. I mean, that's what a stream's about, right? Just whatever the streamer's doing, and then you guys talk about stuff, and then we react, and then we talk about that, and then we talk about stuff, and whatever comes to mind, and if it turns weird, then whatever, and then if it works, cool. If it gives everybody something to think or talk about, then isn't that the point? To give you at least something to think or talk about? Why were you here in the first place? Right? Just saying, like, that's a good thing. You don't have to agree with it. Just something to think about. Like, damn, okay, that's something. Let's just talk about it and think about that for a little bit and just whatever. I mean, we played this game 1,000 times. This is probably the 1,000th time we played this game. So, I mean, like, we're probably not learning anything new here. I mean, maybe we will. Maybe we actually will learn something new here too. That's also a thing. We might actually learn something new once we get Morgan to be like the uber blood mage that she's destined to be. Because, I mean, she doesn't have a problem with blood magic, so might as well make her a blood mage and just, you know, do things, right? Anyway. All right, well, cool thing is, got my laundry done, so I don't have to do that tomorrow. Today's my day off. I'm not sure if I get a day off. If I show up at like 10 or 11 tonight, notice it's 3:26 a.m. You see that at the top right? That's what time it is for me right now. If I'm not on before midnight, that means I had to go into work tonight, which wouldn't be the worst thing. Got to pay the bills and, you know, do stuff, right? True story. And that's getting harder to do every day, and that's not by accident. But before we get into another conversation like that, all right. Yeah, I will, I'm going to go make something to eat. Thank God I went to the store before I came home last night because I have something to eat. I actually have, like, it's a can of meat. It's not water-based or whatever. It's not, you know, it's a can of actual beef that's cooked. It was expensive, but it's almost a pound of beef. And so I got some wraps. And I got a can of this stuff. And I figured if you heated it up enough, maybe threw in some like guacamole and I don't know, maybe some jalapenos or some shit. I don't know, something, right? Then it might actually be delicious. And I actually got a can because it was on sale of Jack Link's chili. And I have no idea if that's any good because I've never had it before. So I'm thinking like take that Jack Link's chili and then buff it with like a whole bunch of this canned beef. It's not supposed to have any additives. It's supposed to be like, you know, clean and all that, right? And maybe make some wraps out of that, right? Beef and chili wraps, you know, like big ass burrito tacos type thing. That was the idea. I probably spent too much money on it, but whatever. Anyway, so that's what I'm going to go try to, yeah, I'm making myself hungry too. I've been hungry for like the last 3 hours, actually. Anyway, I'm supposed to be off today, so if we start streaming earlier today, it means I didn't have to go to work. And I actually have, I actually have some Italian beer for tonight too. Because it's my Saturday, Sunday, all-in-one type thing. I guess this is technically our Friday night or Saturday morning. What do they call it? Peronis? I got some Peronis. Italian. I really actually like those. They were on sale, so I got them. Don't judge me. They're freaking fantastic, and I have no shame. I'm gonna drink all of them tonight. Anyway, all right, guys. Let me get out of here. I appreciate you guys hanging out. You guys are friggin' awesome. There you go. Smallest stream on the internet with the best people in it. And sometimes the worst. Go figure. It's pretty cool, right? It was actually like super cool. Anyway. A little spicier? Yeah. Gotta have peppers. Dude, I can eat a gallon. I can eat a gallon of sliced jalapenos on basically everything I eat. Like everything. I can eat a gallon of sliced jalapenos a week. Easy. When I say a gallon, I mean like those $5, $6 jars you get at Walmart. They're pickled jalapeno slices like that. I can go through one of those a week. Easy. I could theoretically go through 2 of those a week, to be honest. I probably could. I'm not lying. I can eat that shit out of the jar, and I'm just like, I'm making my food, and I've eaten more jalapenos out of the jar than I actually put on my food, right? Like, dude, I mean, just, dude, anything tart and hot. Shit. Pickled, any kind of pepper. Fucking pickled pickles works for me, but yeah, pickled any kind of pepper. Jalapenos, Mazzetta is like the best pickled jalapenos on earth. Mazzetta. They're just like the right amount of tart. They're not salty, they're tart. They're super tangy, and they just like boost the flavor of whatever the fuck you're eating. Mazzetta. Mezzetta, I think. Anyway. Is it my imagination, or is paprika actually dried green peppers? Like, paprika isn't a spice. Paprika is actually dried green peppers, which kind of creates a spice, but it's not a spice. It's a flavoring. But paprika is like dried green pepper shards, right? Am I tripping on that? Like, it's not actually like you think like an herb and a spice, right? Paprika. Oh, that's an herb and a spice. No, it's not. It's actually just like slivered green peppers that are dried out. And yeah. Am I tripping on that one? Or is that actually a thing? I'm 99% sure I heard that somewhere. So, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, you got green peppers and crushed peppers and fucking even red peppers, which probably taste identical to green peppers. You know, if they're dried out and like spiced, you know what I'm saying? I think it is. I think paprika is actually just dried green peppers. Just like dehydrated. Like, seriously. Oh, it's red peppers? I mean, green peppers and red peppers like are like identical, right? But it's red peppers. That's what paprika is. It's the same shit though, right? Like, essentially it's just dried out, slivered green or red peppers, or both. I mean, honestly, if somebody made paprika out of green peppers, but it's supposed to be red peppers, would you know the difference? Once it's like shriveled up and dehydrated and herbalized, would you actually know the difference? That's a good question. There could be like some alien conspiracy there. It could be a conspiracy. Like, is it paprika, or is it the other paprika? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like alien visitation, you know, that kind of level shit. No, it's not that. All right, whatever. Anyway, I just made that up, but I thought it was funny. All right, let me go get something to eat, man. I can stream for a little while longer, but you know what, honestly, I think we're at a cutoff point. And we still haven't had a party wipe, which is actually awesome. Considering we went into the Tower of Vashal about as squishy as you can possibly be. Right? Like Dog, which doesn't have anything, and then yourself, which is a rogue, and then a mage, which is like as squishy as you can get, and then Alistair without taunt, somehow trying to tank all that shit, and we still actually managed to make it through all that without even a single problem. That's actually pretty cool. Not gonna lie. All right. Okay, guys. Well, let me get out of here. I'm gonna go get something to eat. Yeah. Plenty of rabbit holes. Like, let's just talk about pepper genealogy here, and what actually makes paprika. And if you have other herbs that are being hidden by our alien, never mind. Yeah, you get it. Let LBJ out to be. And when he howls at the moon or the sun or whatever time it is there, just give him extra pets, man, and just be like, yeah, man, I feel you, soul bro. Just give him a pet from me and just say, yeah, LBJ, homie. That's homie stuff. And Alistair, and we have, let's not be reminded, we have Alistair. What do we have? We have Alistair. Great. That's awesome. Not awesome at all. Anyway, all right, good night, everybody. I'm going to catch you guys hopefully earlier this afternoon, right? Unless I have to go to work. If I go to work, I'm going to be on late. If I don't go to work, I'll be on earlier. And if you guys are just off doing other things, like living your lives and working and schooling and both and this and that and familying and parenting and doing all that awesome shit that you guys do, God bless you. Just for the rest of the week. Good on you. So if you come back to hanging out, cool. If not, then God bless you and yours, and have a good one. Anyway, good night, everybody. I'll see you guys later. Freaking Alistair. Alistair.